Okay, just let me know when you're ready. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the City Commission goal setting session, and I will officially call the meeting to order and turn it over to Stephen.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. How are you? Good. I realized this was a reteaching. I didn't realize the spellings. So thank you for being back here. The time we're going to spend today is a lot of time for you. It's a lot of time for you to be working together in small groups to really answer the question, what do we mean by moving the city forward over the course of the next biennium? What are the activities we're going to undertake? And you're going to do that in smaller settings. We've got some structure for you to make that happen. Before we get into any of that, though, you've had, albeit limited, but a few hours to kind of think through what we went through last night, where we think in terms of the various themes for the next 2 years going forward. And I'd like to open up the table for comments, questions, or just general thoughts on the conversation we had and any expectations you have for the time we have going forward today.
I get choking on the food. Well, one of the thoughts I had is we still have a lot of mission-driven work that doesn't, it's going to say fill in the spaces of the goals. It doesn't fill in the spaces that's what we do every day. So just keeping in mind like our day-to-day mission-driven work that may not fall into the goals and strategies we still have.
Yeah, it's a good reminder of the idea of what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay.
It's a good reminder of there is the work of the city to be done. That is just an ongoing activity. And really, we have the privilege, frankly, of thinking about what is going to move us forward in the long term. So thank you for reminding us, yes, that the work does not stop and we suddenly focus on long-term activities only. Other thoughts or comments?
I thought the discussion around the mission was very good. I could have actually said another 30, 40 minutes just to listen about what others were saying and the commissioners were saying about the mission. That was my own.
Yeah, I would encourage you, so just to preview a little bit of our time today, you'll spend time effectively brainstorming in small groups, but we've set aside quite a bit of time after that for it to be brought back to the commission for their questions and their debate. And so I would encourage us to think about that debate and those questions in the context of the mission, meaning how does this particular topic, this particular theme of whether it's safety or DEI or whatever the case may be, how does that further our mission? How do we see that playing in? What is the message we would like to make sure we have about that? So thank you. Yes, I agree. Other thoughts, comments, course corrections, questions?
Speak up, Sean.
Yeah, I thought it was just insight for me listening to like what Jay was saying, all the information.
Were you here at the last planning retreat? No. Okay, so yeah, first experience. Yeah. Okay. Well, that question remains on the table. Please continue. Feel free to engage with that as we go forward. Let me just give you a quick overview of day 2. It looks daunting. There's a lot of lines. It's actually repetitive to a certain degree. We will spend just a little bit of time re-reviewing those themes, making sure that we're comfortable with what it is we're talking about there. I'll talk about how we're going to manage day 2 of these exercises. We've got 4 separate breakout sessions to address the 8 themes that we shared with you yesterday. We've taken the time to subdivide you into groups against each of those themes, against each of the breakout sessions overall. Obviously, there's some fluidity there. Tony's been a partner on that. Obviously, we can continue to have that conversation if we feel like there needs to be movement within those groups. But what we'll ask you to do is to really have a conversation at the thematic level that drives towards what success looks like and what the individual initiatives and projects underneath each individual theme should be for the next 2 years. We'll do that over the course of 4 different breakout sessions and then come back together to wrap it up. So like I said, this is very much your time to work together in small groups. Any questions on that? I realize there's a lot, but it's very straightforward in terms of structure we're building here. And for those of you that were here 2 years ago, I don't think that should be all that. It shouldn't be a huge surprising structure where we just have one person as opposed to virtual.
I have the second agenda, so I'm just comparing it, and there's you've moved a couple of things around, so that's okay.
Yeah.
Move it around on my agenda.
Okay. Let's talk quickly about let me bring up the themes from the conversation we had yesterday. So at the end of our time together yesterday, I brought these up really as a representation of what we currently have listed as goals. The goals are written at more of a aspirational level, but there are themes that underpin each of these goals, and try to pull them out here. I asked you to take a read through these at the end of the day yesterday, and I asked you if there were any things you felt we should be moving around. There were some comments around sort of the combined ideas, so for example, partnership, strong community identity. And again, I realize you've not had a ton of hours with this list, but are there any comments or thoughts as we think about having conversations at this level for the rest of our time together? Any concerns with that?
I'm still struggling with partnerships and strong community identity, figuring out exactly what that's
I don't disagree with that. Sometimes we find ourselves in an almost adversarial position with other layers of government, whether it be metro or state or whomever. So Sometimes we have a common goal, sometimes we're divergent.
Yeah, but don't you think that the overall goal, I mean, I would say that we have some disagreements. I don't see that we're in an adversarial position because I think we are all, as a region, trying to look forward, but we have a difference of opinion on how we're going to get there. And I think that that is healthy to a degree. I think it's absolutely imperative that jurisdictions on the city level push back, and that has to do with my whole concern about home rule. And there is a new article in the league's newsletter this month, the magazine about home rule. So the commissioners, I would urge you to read that because it was very interesting. So I think in terms of I think we always want to strive to have partnerships with our partners, no matter who they are, fire district, community, the state. But we reserve the right to have a difference of opinion.
I don't disagree with that. I think oftentimes it's methodology.
Yes.
And I continually struggle with the concept of home rule versus imposition by other levels of government. But this is where we live. We should know our backyard. So I agree with what you said there.
And we're reading off of the work that was done over the course of the last 2 years to inform these themes. So just by way of example, you would define this particular topic in the context of relationships with the tribes, partnerships, yes, with the county and museum, certainly engagement with the arts commissions, things like that. So there was a fairly wide latitude in how it strikes me in how you interpreted partnerships over the course of the last 2 years.
I would agree with that. This little discussion I hear. When I think partnerships, in my little world, I can say it this way, but it's transactional. It's a relationship that you establish where both parties are benefiting in some way from that relationship. That, to me, that's a little different than just maintaining good communications between different agencies and different local governments. So I don't know if that's a distinction we're capturing as we go forward. That maybe a partnership actually means some sort of formal relationship where each party has an expectation of some benefit, whereas there might be a separate initiative or goal, and just better general communications, awareness of what other local government and municipalities are doing.
I think it's all of the above. Partnership takes many different forms depending on what the activity is.
And at the risk of putting this back in your hands, which I think let's do, that is your opportunity. We are going to ask you to define what success looks like. And if it morphs in the course of your conversation to be much more focused on interagency partnerships, that's perfectly fine. If that is what your group and then the commission, through their review and approval, feel is the appropriate theme on which the next 2 years, a theme on which the next 2 years should be built, then so stay. Totally appropriate. We're getting you started. We're asking you to define what that looks like. Other questions or comments? This is healthy. This is helpful. We make sure that we're applying.
There's one thing I did want to mention about partnerships is that there are partnerships internally as well. I remember a time when probably 20-25 years ago, there was seemingly less cooperation between the departments. And it is way better. It's not that it was horrible or anything, but there was a little tension. And I think that there's still always going to be a little bit of that tension, but I think that the way that the city is structured now has a lot to do with, cross relationships. And I remember a time when Rick McClung was Public Works Director, and he says, well, I have to do all this planning stuff. And, I'm in planning and I'm explaining to Rick, why we have to do certain things in a certain way. And it's basically education and understanding because, it's not all about roads and streets and traffic lights. There are other things that go into it. And, so it's that type of thing. And it's kind of what Greg is talking about, mutual benefit. And so we all benefit from the ongoing cooperation and cross-pollination. And I think there's been a lot of cross-training amongst departments, which is great.
So for those of you that will participate in, this will be the fourth session of that, we call it partnership community identity, and how we end up resulting to find that. Listen to some of the things you're hearing. It sounds like, yes, there are external partnerships, but there's also internal partnerships as well. That was critical to us. Brought up, the impact of tolling last evening. So we talked about infrastructure and city services as a place where that conversation might appropriately be held. Again, that may be something that you decide to have in the context of tourism and economic development, given the physical impact that it will have to access to the city. So elements like that you should be taking into account. There are other items like tolling that we think we should be taking.
One of the things we're talking about is there are some pretty large initiatives that are underway because we've been successful at the ballot or with grant funding. Like when we talk about WIFIA funding, I mean that's $28 million of water infrastructure projects over 5 or 6 years that never really gets talked about or added as a goal either previously. It should probably be discussed if it should be moving forward, or it's one of those, like at the policy level, it's kind of done, but now it's a ton of work that's going to happen in terms of delivering those projects moving forward. Another one would be, I mean, we talked a little bit about this, it's just acknowledging what has been kind of a couple of years of pretty intensive legislative requirements of local governments as it relates to land use planning and what those impacts are from not only a community engagement process, but then creating that legislative changes to our code to be compliant with what the mandates from the legislature are, have been pretty significant lifts for us to do. I have a feeling we're not done with that yet, based on what we've seen. We talked a little bit about I-205. I mean, we're trying there, one, just to utilize our staff to try to respond in a manner to the information that's being put forward by ODOT to best represent our city, but then also creating that partnership and that collaboration with Westlake, Gladstone, Lake Oswego, Clackamas County, and trying to have a cohesive response that's consistent to try to move some of those legislative decision makers who will really, at the end of the day, the ones who are going to control that decision. There's only so much we can do as staff to respond with or inform the electeds to be able to have that political discussion that's really going to be needed to change the vote of the legislature for a measure that's already been approved twice, which is the tolling on 205. So I guess I could say that in terms of, especially for the team, the staff team that are sitting down with our commissioners, is we have a pretty good idea of what's coming. So talk about those in these breakout groups, especially those larger initiatives that we know we're going to have to address, whether that's the transportation system plan. We've got some additional master planning work going on for parks. DEI, we know pretty well what the options are, so it'd be great to talk about those a little initially as to what those impacts are going to be. So I mean, right there is a lot of work that 2 years down. This is just what I named there. So it's really trying to give an understanding and set expectations of what we know we have to do, and then where can we fill in with what we really would like to do and try to refine that a little bit.
It absolutely helps. And I want to underscore something that I think is probably stating the obvious. There's a reason we want city staff and commissioners to be together in this conversation so that multiple perspectives can be brought. Lean on your city staff and have an understanding of what these elements are. Lean on your commissioners. They have a sense of where they want the city to go from an elected point of view. So this is meant to be a collaborative effort. That's why we put these members together and not just ask the commissioners to go up and have a conversation amongst themselves. That would be an uninformed and irresponsible conversation to be asking about. Let me talk logistically then, unless there are any other comments.
Can I say something about tolling real quick? But I was thinking one thing about tolling, and it was about something there that you said the other night about, and I don't know the context of, like there was something, I won't go so far as quid pro quo, but something of like, something to placate the city by will offer you these sort of things.
That was very true.
And so I think of this like, I was thinking of this like in a couple ways. You don't want to, so we don't want to, we're going to fight like hell to have an outcome. But I also was thinking about that, and like, if it's coming and we can't do anything about that, I also, the impacts could be quite severe in a bunch of ways. I noticed that like, if there's an opportunity, at some point, like there's two ways we're going about this. One, we don't want it, and that's a fight. The other one is if we're getting it, we're going to get everything we can to mitigate it. So it's like I don't want to ignore a possible something that we can get somewhere from funding or something to mitigate it because we're so focused on not getting it. Like we have to kind of do both. I guess what I was thinking. I don't know what that looks like, but
I'll tell you what it was. Basically, the comment was made. Well, if you kind of back off the tolling, we can close the historic arch bridge and build you another bridge. And I looked at the guy and I went, you can't be serious about that. You don't have any funding to build us another bridge. So why would we back off funding just the tolling? So I mean, that was that conversation of the trade-off. And then we've been offered some quote unquote diversion money. But I asked, well, what does that mean? Well, we don't know. But so
it's money to divert your attention.
well, that could be. But anyway, no, I totally agree with you. We can, but it has to be real, and it has to not be in the manner of trying to placate us.
Yeah. Well, I think I would hope as part of that discussion, I guess I'm really trying to differentiate that there's a kind of a two-track process here, and one is a political process, truly political. ODOT staff cannot not vote. They do not have the authority, the ability to not do that. Right? So it truly is a political debate of which the elected officials in this room need to be engaged in. Then there is a staff process that we go through, right? And I think that's where we as staff get everything we can based on what the data says. Outside of whether we want it or not, there is a true ability to navigate and demonstrate significant impacts that justify significant investment. Whether we agree to it is different than whether we are entitled to it and justify it. So, I just want to be clear. I don't know that there's anything that staff can do to stop this project. It truly is a political decision. We can give you talking points and information and data, but there is not a senator at the state level that's going to move based on something that I, as a city manager, will do. It's going to be a mayor conversation. It's going to be multiple mayors. It's going to be multiple commissions coming together, trying to move enough votes in one direction.
There's no argument with that, Tony. I mean, it is a political process. The challenge is always the same. People are busy with their lives, they're busy raising their children, they're busy paying their bills, and to try to get them engaged in that level that we need. Because the only thing that elected officials respond to is votes, is voices of the people. So what has to happen is, how do you keep this so visible? How do you continue to drive? I know that Commissioner Morrow came up with an address that we posted, I believe, where you can contact. What kind of response did we get to that? And as far as mitigation, I mean, the physical mitigation of this project is so limited by the topography of the land. I mean, it's just not there. There's no good way. As far as should we have a fallback, I call it fallback transition plan. Yes, we should. One of those, and I can't remember who said it to me first, it's not my original idea. If we lose on all counts and this thing goes in, And maybe every vehicle that's registered to the impacted zip codes doesn't have to pay a toll. You know, let those readers, which are going to put in there, let them read that here, 97045, no toll necessary. But I mean, you have to have a fallback option, as distasteful as it is.
So at the risk of stating the obvious once again, that would be the type of initiative that I would look for these small groups to identify if it is that, if it does rise to that importance. I'm hearing it rise. So perhaps the initiative in that case is identify a mitigation plan or fallback plan over the results of the 205 tolling. That would be a worthy direction for your staff to undertake. Figure out how to stop tolling. That may be a fool's errand. I don't know. That's where you can have the conversation. Okay. In the interest of time and your time, frankly, let me move us forward if I could.
I have a specific request. So before we break out into groups, I have a little piece of information that I wanted to give to everybody that's here. Take about 2 seconds. But before we break out.
Yeah. All right, let me talk about structure here. We tried to make it straightforward, and we've got some physical tools for you to use. We're going to spend 90 minutes in each of these breakout sessions. It is going to be divided into 2 different steps. The first step is a 40-minute duration in small groups, specifically two small groups, each discussing one theme each. You got 40 minutes on the clock down here for that. The activity within those themes, as we've identified them here, what do you define success to be? You defined this as goals in the past. What does success look like if you move forward and progress the city in that theme over the course of the next 2 years? So spend some time. You've got a tool here to capture that. Number 2, what are the initiatives like we just talked about that will move that theme forward in the course of the next 2 years? And yes, some of them may feel very, very tactical. That's fine. We'll put them down. Some of them may rise to the level of a mitigation plan for a very important piece of legislation that's coming down. The policy is coming down. And then, yes, we are going to ask you to take a stab at prioritization. This is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We realize that would be far too much to ask. However, A, B, C. Just give us your A's, and you've got room for upwards of 8 or 9 different initiatives that you may identify to move the theme forward. What are your A's? What are your must-haves? What are your B's? What are your C's? Now, that's not to say that everything on the list will get funded, and that's not to say that everything on the list can't get funded. It's helping the city staff take this away afterwards and telling this team to take it away and say, okay, from the team's point of view, from the commission's point of view, we need to look at these A's and see what we can do to meet them. And if we can't, we still know that there are other items on here. Maybe we can tick off 3 different C's and we can afford an A. That's the conversation I'll have to have coming back after this process, but give them somewhere to start. It's my request. So what does success look like? How are we going to move that forward? What are we going to do? We talked about outputs yesterday. What are we going to do? And what's the relative prioritization of A, B, or C? You're going to have 4 A's, 2 B's, and a C. You're going to have 1 A because it's the biggest thing, 3 B's, and a C. That'll be up to you to decide. Just take a swing at it. So you have a few sentences of what success looks like. You have a list of specific action statements, and you'll have relative priority A, B, and C. We have a worksheet for you that will enable you to do this in real time. That's 40 minutes. We will come back together. We're going to break it down into groups around the room. We will come back together, and we will go into 2 sequential Q&A/debate. What we want to do in debate is a difficult word. Conversation with the commission. What we're asking is that one of the commissioners report out the results of what the conversation was. And then let's have a Q&A and a debate about that, around what you derived as a group. You'll have 25 minutes for the first group, you'll have 25 minutes for the second group. The output of that will be a list of initiatives with relative prioritization against each thing, and we'll be taking notes in separate places here that are agreed upon by the commission, at least at the level that we can get to around the table today, so that city staff can start to plan, process, scope, and budget against those activities. Now, it's not to say we're going to come out of this with, yes, this is the list, this is the final, but it's starting to give the team a direction, a sense of direction of how to bring that back to the commission for their review. We'll need a note taker, somebody who's physically writing things down on this piece of paper. We will need an elected to be, and there will be an elected in each group, to be in charge of presenting this out afterwards. And then we will rely on each of you to facilitate your conversations together, although Tracy, myself, Tony, to a certain degree, will be floating between your groups to help move the conversations forward. That's a lot to put on you in terms of instruction, but is that clear? Are there any questions on that? So we're literally going to break the room in half. I'm not going to dictate how you get together. Pull your chairs together, put tables together, whatever works for you. Get together in small groups. We've asked the team here to help us identify an initial breakout between the two. Remember, we're doing 2 themes at a time. So the first 2 themes we had identified were DEI, safe, inclusive communities. You may redefine that in a certain way. And then infrastructure and city services as the second. You can find your name on here. Hopefully everybody is represented. If you're not, let me know. That's on us if you're going to. And we're taking a first cut at who's in each group. What is your, what is topics for the between this?
Can we take it? Here we go.
What is it, Tom?
$50. Bidding starts at $50. Other than commission, you guys want to, so. Brian, like,
I think 2 of the commissioners should switch. That's my opinion.
All those who placed their bets at Rocky Smith and I would be on different teams have lost, so come over today.
Going through this, it was thinking about what staff have been involved with, where they've been involved, what the potential is. So yes, I am willing to, if someone makes me, because I'm not ready, so I can discuss. So commissioners, you can fight it out amongst yourself. Like right here, I know Denise and Mike have been involved with DEI. It's just, it's hard to. That you and Mike have been involved with the DEI work that we've been doing internally. That's why I put you in.
Mike Mitchell?
Yeah. He's been sitting in.
More recently. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All best that those 2 would be on the same team.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So it was very, very difficult to do the commissioners because for the most part, you have interest in every one of these. That's why they're on the goal list.
Absolutely.
So, like I said, I tried to break it out as best I could. If you guys want to switch it up for commissioners, feel free. But I'd love to have at least 2 commissioners on each one.
Yeah, please don't go 4 and 1. Yeah, we need at least 2 of them. Or 5 and 0.
Well, it's 5 and 0 on there. Or taking that go 5. We better not go 5 and 0 on one. That's 5 and 7.
Okay, so I'm going to hand out.
Do you just want us to push the projects together?
That would be a good idea. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to Denise, I'm going to give you 1, and Rocky, I'm going to give you 1 to start us off for your respective groups. You've got 40 minutes once we get started.
I might do some fun facts.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, so here's we'll do some fun facts. So Rocky should know this. So how many of you know what happened today? Today is March the 4th. March 4th, 1849, Joseph Lane has been sworn in the day before as the Senator of Oregon. Today is the day he gives his inaugural speech, setting us on a trajectory to become a state. So that is today. It's happening today. Or it did happen today. So that's your moment in history.
And your motivation for the work you're undertaking. Wow. Very good. Thank you all. We'll be floating around, Tracy and myself, Tony. Just taking our. Yeah.
Thanks, sir. Good to be on the
Recording in progress.
I think that we started off, when we first started off, it was DEI all over the place. And then we had a discussion as to what does success look like, and because it looks like it has a different appearance internally, as opposed to one that's external that leads the whole city. And so therefore we started that round. What are the boundaries? So the internal look of success may have funding or may have, you know, a safe and inclusive workplace. And external was where the community itself has to be a part of the process. And we had a debate as to whether or not it was organic or city-led. But nevertheless, we recognized that the entire community had to develop a philosophy regarding this issue. And that DEI itself is diversity, equity, inclusiveness for white men, black people, white women, Indians, everyone. So therefore, it's not just an issue of just one race or two races or three races, but one that's inclusive of everyone with regard to diversity, equity, and inclusivity.
I think the big takeaway is that we recognize that while we'd like this to be community-led, the city's going to have to take a very active role in helping to facilitate, and I use that word very carefully, facilitate, because we've never done anything like this before. We do have good examples or bad examples or all examples from jurisdictions around us, so I think we're going to be carefully threading a path to try to figure out what works for us, but we do have to take a leadership role, I feel, in letting the community know that we feel this is important. We've been told by the community that this is important. So the equality of the whole thing includes not only people of different races, but different sorts of abilities. And I think in our recent interviews with the Youth Advisory Committee, we had a couple of students that have disabilities. And that was one of the things they brought up, that, you know, they feel that there is not a recognition about that. And I think that gets left off in one of the other DEI groups. I mean, we use the A word, which is accessibility. Obviously, there's all sorts of things like that. But I think, to speaking to the Chief's comment about the reputation that we have, or the perception that we have that, you know, in Oregon City, it's okay for you to drive around with, you know, whatever symbol you want on your vehicle or make statements. I think we want to try to help this group change that perception. It's going to take a long time to do it, but I think we have the ability through the initiative of creating some leadership, of helping to create leadership and facilitating it to get there. It's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen in 2 years. It's going to be ongoing. And I think using your word organic, it's going to have to be organically evolving. And it's okay that we don't know the path. I mean, that's the frightening part. But I think we have to manage our expectations and see where it takes us to a certain degree.
And the biggest step I think we need to make in terms of facilitating is making sure that we're out talking to people. Like when I was trying to develop the youth advisory stuff, I had people telling me, well, we've had these open positions forever. And it's like, well, when were those ever advertised? When were you out in the classrooms talking to students? And so when I was out in the schools and the mayor tagged along and I was talking to people, that's how we ended up getting 15 plus students applying for a body that was originally meant to be for 9 students. So we really need to be careful and specific about how we reach out to certain communities so that it doesn't just end up being a bunch of people who look the same, who are well-intentioned, but a bunch of people who look the same, trying to develop strategies and frameworks for communities that they really don't understand, that they have second knowledge of maybe, but we need to be diligent about reaching out to our community members who just aren't used to having their voice represented in government. And I think where that really starts is in our schools, just having been to our schools, talking to our students about the youth advisory stuff. Obviously, this is something that the generation is taking a lot more seriously, and they're not playing catch up like a lot of us are. And just being in the school recently and seeing how just in the years since I've been there, there's a lot to grow, a lot of room to grow, as Commissioner Smith knows. But just the students that I saw walking in the hallways, the posters that were out in the hallways that were saying, "Come join this affinity group," I was blown away. And it's only been 5 years since I've been there. So I think I really would argue that we need to be starting with our students when we're having these conversations.
I definitely agree with that. Whether it be racism or bigotry or homophobia, nobody's born with those characteristics. Those are learned characteristics. And yeah, we can lead the way and we can lead by example, but I feel our educational institutions are key to that. I don't know what we can do to influence them, but acceptable behavior and acceptance of others, as I said, people learn to be those things we don't, or they can learn to be those things we.
That's why we kind of have to I think we have to set the example. So in this case, while I'm not really keen on top down, but I think this has to be top down, and then it comes this way. Did we capture that?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Hopefully it moves from the city having to take a leadership role into it becoming an organic part of just the way life in the city is. And it takes time, it takes some pride from the city or from leaders, and it ultimately becomes just, this is just what it is.
This is just, yeah. And I think resources is the key. And I know we have competing resources, but I think in order for the city to back up this commitment, we have to put in some ongoing funding for this on an ongoing basis. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen. We know that.
So you have 3 things that you define success by. You have representative employment of students developed. We have outreach to the community. We talked a lot about that. I think, Mayor, what you're hitting on is that element of dedicated resources. There is a funding element that your commission asked for in this case, putting resources against permanent resources against that. So again, I'm capturing that by handing it to, in this case, to Tony and the city staff as an understanding of where you landed. That said, Greg, what else did you guys talk about in terms of helping them think about the initiatives that are forward?
So the ones that I captured, again, we'll jump in, and something that is discussed already. So create and facilitate a DEI steering / advisory committee. And a component of that, we've got a lot of discussion that this would be a group that would also be a resource or a stepping board for development or implementation of city practices and policies. So Jim had great examples of the police department has a question, wants a gut check or reality check. Hey, we're thinking about doing this. This would be a great resource for us to be able to go to this community resource and say, hey, here's what we're thinking of doing. Is this, consistent with expectations? As Adam mentioned, active recruitment of and outreach to diverse voices, lived experiences, and viewpoints. So doing the city can do a better. There's a lot of discussion about a lot of our advisory bodies and volunteer opportunities end up looking very similar. And so there's more that we can do to try to reach those diverse voices out in our community and bring them in. There was conversation about, on the internal side, an initiative of forming internal staff, DEI groups, discussion groups, affinity groups, so that staff feel they have opportunities to discuss these issues and be with, learn about different populations and feel supported. And then, like we just been talking about, some sort of ongoing established staff support presence for facilitating leadership, catalyzing, getting this work started. That's not very well defined at this point, but just some sort of
I think it's that is worthy and impressive. So I'd like reaction and thoughts.
want to add one thing. It's sort of like along those lines and kind of to what Denise, building on what Denise said a little bit, and even Jared had sort of brought up, you know, online chat and stuff. We've got a reputation and all these things. You ask people about Oregon City, what are they known for? What is just an intrinsic value that they have? History. I think everybody knows we have that. This is like a, you know, extremely important to us. I think the way to drown out the chatter, the reputation, those sorts of things is going to take a lot of time. But you also have to have what you do drown those things out. They're not going to cancel them out, but if people hear this, if you think of the mileage that the people who put these recent flyers out on, that's going to reverberate and exponentially increase in impact like all these other things that have happened. And so whatever you do, I think this is a place for innovation, and I think that it's not just something where we put money, but it's also something where we really think about trying to be strategic in creating, so people in the community know these little things so the chatter happens. Yeah, but we can also look and see that what they've done in advancing these efforts is louder than what these other things are. And so I did talk about what is the identity of that, just of like people knowing exactly how we feel about these issues and trying to create a place where we're known for that in a way that we're known for history, if that makes some sense. Because you can't stop people from trying to give us a reputation or the things that are going to show up online. So how do we create a feeling in our community that what we do and the way that the things that we value drown out what a few people might say.
So something like Oregon City is a place where everyone is welcome.
Yeah.
And it's visible everywhere. You know, we have it at the check stand at Fred Meyer. You know, everybody is welcome. Or it's on a banner above the city, or it's, you know, on our website, or it's very visible. I'm not saying it's that, but that was just what came to my head in the moment.
I wonder if this was embedded in the conversation. This concept of planning versus doing, right? And how do we apply that in how we're going to move forward over the next 2 years? Yeah. Right? I think everything I've heard is great, right? But we're also, I feel like sometimes we're very insulated in ourselves in terms of we create a committee. And even if it's a committee of 10, it's 10 of 38,578,000 people, right? I feel like sometimes we miss on getting beyond that, right? And I know one of the things that came out of the DEI project is how do we show this to the community, right? Is it a saying, part of Oregon City, but is there an opportunity to commit to monthly or bi-monthly or quarterly? Like, we're going to do a community event around diversity that showcases parts of our community. Like, that's a do that gets beyond our committees. Like, it's engaging our citizens. And I think we struggle with that. I don't know if that was part of the discussion of this image.
Well, we wanted to get to that, but that got into defining what it was that we wanted to do, and that wasn't part of our goal. I mean, I think that's a great idea, and already the wheels are turning, but it's so easy to get right to, well, let's do this. And we were asked to, and Jacob was good about saying, hey, we need to stay up here. So yes, we started to go there, and then we kind of backed off a little bit.
The way I view this is the commission, through the conversations that you're having with staff, are setting a general tone and direction for what success looks like. Tony and team, if you feel like a tactic is let's dedicate resources towards a community outreach event on a monthly basis, by all means. I think Commissioner, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I would expect you to want your city staff, your city manager, to bring that perspective to you under the guise of the direction you just given us. That is roles and responsibilities at its best. And I'm hoping to feed that if anybody thinks I'm off there, but I want to make sure that we're all empowered with the appropriate roles.
I started going right where Tony did. I think these goals are much better if they're measurable. Okay, now what are we going to do that in 2 years I can show you done? You know, because a lot of these goals are not really that. And any goal, something that's measurable, and we can show you what's done, that's a lot easier to achieve.
I guess the reason I was jumping into that conversation in the DI group is I think it might be more helpful for us to have those general broad initiatives, like we want to really, dedicate resources, and maybe that is monthly something or others, but we are going to figure out what the best program is in 7 minutes. So that was kind of my thought on like where we should, I guess I don't want to disagree, but I don't know, just
That doesn't mean the outcome can't be that,
right,
ultimately.
right.
But given the time constraints that you have and the agenda that you want to get through, being able to say success looks like outreach to the community, that helps. Because now the team can go back and say, okay, how do we outreach to the community? Because that's what the commission told us is important. That's very different. Outreach to the community is not build an outreach strategy and write it down and bring us commissions. This is due. That is planning. And yes, I agree, we need to go deeper. It's a matter of what can we get done in the time. How and just being realistic and practical.
But it is also getting back to the goals.
Right, yeah.
Right, I mean, there is a policy direction level we're asking for implementation that there are roles and responsibilities.
I agree with what Jim said. That which you don't measure, you really can't say you improve on. So what's the measure? We have less negative events happen at the school maybe from year to year. We have less negative events in the community, Is what we're doing effective versus just making us feel good?
And on the opposite end of, are there less negative events versus are there more positive events going on? And so what Tony was saying, being more outreach driven to our community and not just having a committee that comes to us. Like one thing that I talked to Tony about recently is something that I'd like our city to do is to have more cultural events that we sponsor beyond Juneteenth. One city that I think really has excelled in this lately is in Lake Oswego. For each event, they have their own banners on their main street touting all these events that they're going to have in Millennium Plaza. And so thinking beyond Juneteenth, look into Lunar New Year, look into other things that celebrate the other communities in Oregon City at an outward-facing approach is something that I think would be a really good starting point for us to actually build a reputation for that.
You'll be happy to know that I've already been in discussions with CCC about partnering on, not that we've committed anything, but we just got to talk to the multicultural office, and I said, well, how can we do some of these things together? So that the event they had this summer of focusing on Native American, I said, you'd given us a heads up, we could have, worked with you on that so that it became not just CCC, but it was an Oregon City Community College event that was being promoted out there. Because I got the phone call the day before, you got to be there, okay? So.
Well, and this goes into partnerships.
Yes.
I know that many organizations in Oregon City are addressing a lot of these issues. In terms of our history, so the museums are starting to, definitely talk a lot more about the Native story and the Chinese story in our city. Downtown is working on the first Pride Festival for the summer for Oregon City, so there's synergy happening already in this direction that the city could either partner with or help support.
So outreach to the community is how you're measuring success, and it could be increased number of cultural festivals that we embrace in Oregon City. That could be that. And it should be. It could quickly, how many, increase the diversity of participation on the committees that we do establish related to diversity by outreach in the community and not relying on all the inbound 9 students that always do it, but going out and finding, great, let's measure the actual increase in new participants to a committee that we do. Those are all measurable, those are all tactics, but it can derive from the idea of outreach that we do.
Yeah, I'm definitely in favor of cultural events, because each culture has different values. You know, the European culture may be different than the South American culture, than the Eastern European culture, certainly from the Native American culture. And from understanding comes more acceptance.
And integrating those kind of elements into successful events that we already have in pursuit.
Yeah.
Creates that own type of feeling.
Yeah, the us.
One thing that you can get into in the last 2 minutes is also the element of staff representation, or any tactics that the team has around the table, or initiatives the team has around the table related to that.
Well, just to clarify that, discussion was more around existing staff and how our existing staff show up and feel up for others. But it's like this, how does the city staff reflect either, you know, population around us or the metro region, but it's who already works here, Bill segment, included in the work. So we just use that in our time.
That's what I'm
Well, it gets to the third box on that goal from before. We didn't quite get to those things, and it had to do with more internal stuff. We said add that back in, not necessarily talk about, I mean, the approaches are already defined, but I think adding the main goal of evaluating internal policies, procedures, hiring, etc., that's still an initiative that we should continue to work on.
So we've got to carry over initiative.
Right.
Just one thing to add, I'm sorry to bring this up in the small group, but I do think that we need to have data collections. Our consultant MGT, I think they did a survey, right, collected some data about, you know, do people feel safe in the community, or they asked like a bunch of different questions. So that's something that should continue and be a measure of success, like that way we can measure, you know, are those levers moving at all, or these events that we're having, looking at those percentages.
Yeah, you're getting into the true measurement of being successful, and you've already got a survey plan in place. Take advantage of that.
Right, I think we can do better with baseline.
Final comments before we turn it over to our other group. So we're capturing this to the best of our ability to hand on to the team so that you have a record. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Rocky. I'm going to give it to you. And I believe our second topic was city services and infrastructure.
Our group would like to request another 40 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
More. I don't think we followed directions too well, but we got a lot of stuff written on here. So one of the things that, we really started writing down priorities or issues rather than writing the specific initiatives out. We didn't talk much about what we see what success looks like. I think Frank talked about that a little bit, and I think the conversation that we had about what success looks like is how does the community feel about what we're doing? And we talked a little bit about the survey. Is that what you were kind of talking about? That our success is that the community is giving us feedback that living here is
What's demonstrable success. And we actually drew upon our community satisfaction survey to see what was important to our community. So that's where we started.
But I don't know that we got much beyond that in terms of writing specific views of success. We can flat out say, having all of our different maintenance stuff and all those things, we can label those as, a view of success.
But we had so many different topics, so,
Let me just, sorry, can I get one thing just to maybe try to get you closer?
Yeah.
So I am hearing that there are elements to the city survey that can be directly connected to satisfaction with city services. And I know that was good. And that could be a way to measure success. Success we define as demonstrable movement in the satisfaction of the community with city services. That's fine. That can be your definition of success. It's a more metric-based, data-driven measure of success. That's perfectly fine. Now my question is, how do you do that? Now that's what it is, right?
so I would say if we had to choose, well, we would definitely have something there, we need to write something there for success. What do we feel success is in meeting deferred maintenance or staffing issues or any of those, but we can write those out, yeah. So here's what we focused on. In terms of so we dealt with transportation, park, IT, public works infrastructure is all pretty much what we focused on. In terms of transportation, I-205 came up, obviously, and the discussion of how that affects all these other themes throughout the whole day. And, you know, are we at a point that we need to take a stand on that or think about lobbying in some way or doing more than just what we have been doing? That I think is something we moved up into the priority. I brought up the fact that I thought it was very difficult for us to prioritize all these as a group. So it's clearly a lot easier to prioritize these in terms of transportation and then within parks to prioritize whatever, but trying to prioritize those together is going to be very difficult because in these buckets are huge priorities. But under transportation, you know, maintaining our major thoroughfares in our neighborhood streets, which is clearly also from the community survey is something that is a need. Pedestrian safety and continuing on at improving sidewalks and also having the ability now to deal with speed reduction that we as a city may have some ability to deal with at this point that we haven't in the past. Those are the themes that came up within transportation.
Can I interrupt you really
Yes.
quick? Just ask a question. So we've got the demonstrable movement and satisfaction in city services as under success. And then further broke it down into, can you repeat those again? Transportation, parks, IT.
And I wrote public works infrastructure. I separated that from transportation.
And what we kind of talking about, like facilities versus parks,
and maintenance.
Yeah.
And staffing too. I mean, there's
That's fine. I think the fact that you took the time to say what departments you're specifically referring to is meaningful because you can then tie that back to measures of success.
Right.
And I want to make sure we have the conversation to the level you're going to now. But even if you were to turn to the staff and say, we want to make movement by focusing on these departments in particular against this theme, I think that is
right.
So I think one thing we talked about, or like keep going, want me to chime in a little bit on what you talked about. So
yeah, go ahead.
Like on actual 5, right? Are we going to, how much of a priority is this in terms of investment of staff time and resources? Are we going to hire lobbyists? Are we, we're going to continue to focus at that political level? And, we are responding at that staff level. One thing we talked about that we saw in the survey was, the maintenance of our streets, but then, also this concept of lowering speeds and pedestrian safety, right? So how do we incorporate, if the theme is, improving safety on neighborhood streets, that comes in, I think, multiple forms as a staff member when I hear that, whether that's through lighting, signage, protected crosswalks, street design itself, right? So I don't know that it's like we're just gonna put that activated, crosswalks all throughout the city. I don't think that's the answer, right? It's one answer to improve the safety. But I think that was a theme, I think we kind of heard out of that, right? It kind of gets incorporated into when we're thinking about street design, street projects, or other things.
The easy one was parks.
You can say my one. No, you didn't say it.
So I guess I want to sidestep on this for just a second. So I've been on the city commission for 15 years or so with a couple breaks, but parks has been a priority ever since then, and we haven't really moved on it. And we talk about how every year there are these priorities, and when I first was elected, the police department was the top priority, and it was understaffed. Even though it was understaffed, I never thought we'd have a new police station. We've tackled that. We've tackled a lot of things, but we haven't dealt with parks, and that has to come to the forefront. So parks, not only deferred maintenance, but staffing, talked about the massive facilities needs in terms of deferred maintenance, but also balance that with the parks themselves. Talked about whether the facilities manager position, or talked about does Oregon City at some point have to work towards a completely separate department for facilities and maintenance that is not thrown just into parks and kind of in terms of staffing. So that was a big topic. From that topic, we removed the end of Oregon Trail and Terminus Center completely. Not because it's not a need, but because it's such another oddity that has massive needs and maybe needs to be talked about in a different way than the whole park scheme. I don't know. So that came out as a possible conversation. We had a lot of really easy topics. We went into IT and talked about that and the needs for whether that's an expansion of staffing in the future, or how to now take. You can talk about it a little bit, but how to now look at the strategic plan that we have, and then what changes need to be made in terms of each department and safety and all of that. I'll just go through these really quick, and then we can all talk about it as a group. Public Works, we talked obviously about infrastructure and pipes. We talked about I&I. I threw out the question because it was a sincere question. I&I is definitely a priority. Not only in our system as a whole, but in the laterals, and we've kind of focused on the laterals. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't, and we're taking advantage of the matching money for West, but my concerns over that, and I'm not sure the lateral I&I is a city priority. I think it's a West priority. I don't think it's a city priority. So that debate, it helps the whole system. We can talk all about that, but I'm not sure what piece is the most important. We know that we have system-wide issues throughout the city. So how to tackle that and what partnerships we do that. What else did I miss? So we didn't really even get to specific, these are the action items. We started on talking about action items like, are we ready to start, implementing a park fee? Are we ready in action items to start hiring more staff in some of these positions? Those are the kind of conversations we had in terms of action.
Well, I think part of the discussion was it feels like we've been planning for a while,
right?
For
IT,
more, for IT, right? And so now we've got the 28 million for Whitfield, which is 5 or 6 years worth of projects. We have the money, for some of our stormwater, sanitary sewer work. So we're getting the do part now after years of discussing and planning and finding money and getting votes. So does that do part become a goal, or do we just acknowledge that those are heavy lifts? That is, the majority of our engineering department on the design and project delivery side are going to be delivering those projects over the next 5 years, which obviously these next figures are encompassed within.
I think it's important that we do get things like the Whitfield project as a strategy on here. And that kind of ties back to conversations from yesterday, and Jared said it, and I think other people did. We need to be proud of what we're doing and let people know, because we've got way more successes than we do failures. So, you know, if I'm working on a Saturday at home and I got a to-do list, I've been known to do something that wasn't on the list and then write it down and make it wrong with that conversation. So, but making our community know that doing that kind of stuff.
It takes resources. Regardless. So that is worthy of recognition. And I just, as an ignorant third party who was in the other conversation for the most part, what I'm hearing is, again, demonstrable movement in the satisfaction of these services that's broken down across those 4 specific areas. And then you specifically, to my ear, highlighted a degree of engagement with the 205 situation, a prioritization of parks, specifically deferred maintenance, hardening of our IT infrastructure, and claiming victory on the water that we're going to do because it is resource intensive. To me, those are 4 very specific initiatives that you could task your city staff with to be successful against what you describe success to be. Third party, ignorant point of view, close, ballpark, worth it. I'm just putting that on the table here.
I think, one of the parts too is like the parts work that we're doing. And this has been a multi-phase, right? It was looking at what our existing conditions were. It was starting to implement. And I realized that we've got some issues we're dealing with on a couple of the fees. But part of this was looking at our fee structure to make parks more sustainable over the long term, right? The next part is going to be finishing up the Parks Master Plan, the citywide Parks Master Plan, which is going to include a discussion about what system development charges should be. But system development charges are only going to be 40% of the 100% of projects that we have to do. So we're going to have this 60%. We're going to have a discussion about or not funding, like we have historically, right? We've kind of, there's the number, we don't know what to do, so we move on. Maybe one of those tasks that comes out of this is, how do we tackle this unfunded component of our project list, right? Is it elongate the projects over the expectation? Is it offer GeoBond? We started those conversations, but we never quite finished them. But now it feels like there's this desire to tackle this. This is a priority. Parks funding over the long term seems to be a priority amongst all of the commissioners. Does that get captured in this as something we want to focus on? Whether it's like I brought up, I think our the community safety advancement fee $650 throughout the city. That fee, I think it's 1.2 million. Right? 10 cents on the general fund levy is about 365,000. Right? So these are the tools we have available to us for. We have our general fund balance, and it's the one that tends to get stretched the most, right? I think we are to the point where it's like if we want to significantly make change to fund parks, we are going to have to cut something if we're going to maintain status. And so I think those are the conversations I think I'm hearing we want to have. Those are the issues we're going to have to address as part of that conversation.
And at some point, the straw breaks the camel's back as far as the taxpayer is concerned.
Right. We had that exact conversation.
And we are not the only entity that seeks funding. So I think, I'm in favor of doing these things. I'm in favor of doing them incrementally. I think it's human nature to not react well to large changes in their environment or large asks. And I think it's good to demonstrate small successes in the pursuit of future successes. And that's been my approach to business, and that's my approach to government. So,
What would be an applicable way of doing that in Parks Department?
when we started talking about parks and you started thinking about subsets, bullet points underneath, you break it down into what's most achievable within our budgetary constraints, what's most visible, what meets the approval of the population. And then in my mind, those success breeds success, right? People see that and go, you know what, they did a good job on that. They're out for another ask or this. That's complete. And now they're doing this. And you know what? They're doing it. They're listening to us. Being heard is a huge component of government. The population's reaction to their government and the performance of both their government and their staff.
It was interesting, we were having a discussion the other night about permitting your house and where, any of the revenues collected go. And we've kind of swing back and forth a little bit, right, sometimes. But I know a lot of the discussion Kendall and I have had in terms of trying to understand parks. Parks seem to be one of these where all just kind of got lumped together because all of it is needing funds at the end of the day, so let's just make it one big fund. And one of the things we've been talking about is, maybe there is it does, because of the size of it and the needs of it, it probably does need to be a little more refined. We were talking about how facilities in Oregon City kind of started as the person at the pool and the person at the planner center, right? And it is now responsible for every building and facility that we own. Right? It's not a real parks department, right? Should that be broken out into a department that PD's paying into, CD's paying into, buildings paying into to maintain our facilities like they should be? We have the same discussion about the cemetery. Not very many communities have cemeteries, right? Right. And when we have a situation where we've got a handful of parks crew, but we have to pull 3/4 of them every time we do a burial because we are so subsidizing that operation to the detriment of our parks operation. So part of the discussion, break the cemetery out in separate units so we have an understanding of how much it costs us to operate that and how much it's taking away from our ability to do these other things. I guess I say that because we're thinking, I think, in a detail, but does that fit under kind of a theme of the commission of the long-term financial sustainability of the parks and rec? Right? Without realizing we are going to have these detailed conversations, because if I hear something like that, we're already having these conversations because something has to change in how parks is operated in farm.
Right. Now, I've had that similar conversation. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but because of tradition. The elevator has traditionally always been a street. It's always been public works. But why? I mean, I get it in its history. But you have the end of the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center, you have the Ermitanger House, and you have the elevator, which it's odd that the elevator didn't get thrown into parks because everything else did, right? But
I don't think everybody else has something.
you have these oddities that pull from parks or from whatever. And it's like, okay, and that's why I think that so much of this is intertwined. Does that really make sense? Or is tourism a separate piece, and tourism deals with the museums, end of the Oregon Trail, and Ermitanger, and the elevator, and those go out of those departments. So, and I'm not saying now, I'm saying in the future, we should be starting to think, are these classified as the right things? And is there another way to address, because a lot of the deferred maintenance from the city comes because of some of these other burdens that, the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center is a massive deferred maintenance issue. And is there a way of addressing those separate from that? So I think it's broader than just park. There's some other oddities that just don't make sense in their own place. And I'm not saying to necessarily change it, but there may be another way to address some of those.
Could we, well, John is on vacation.
Well, we're gonna bring the calls back into the police department.
John came back and we said, code enforcement is yours again.
Now Dana is here and she's gonna report everything.
You're really good about bathrooms?
Yeah, I know.
Started hearing a few, I put a few things out there, I heard some movement in that conversation that's parks related and long-term financial sustainability of parks is really a directive in the mission. We did touch on 205 here, which was touched on prior to our breakout time. Water was in there. Tony brought up the projects. The other initiative level conversations you want to hear.
I like the concept of facilities maintenance being a separate entity, given the growth of the city, and every other department can pay into it for their piece of it. I agree with the West component. You know, that actually is measurable if they wanted it to be measurable. And you don't have inside knowledge about this, but how much water do we provide to them for processing? And this project that we're talking about, we reduce that amount, but try to get a measurement from our partner as to what that reduction is and what our reward should be is a different story.
I'm asking the question.
They will never ask, you don't know the answer.
I'm persistent.
We've been persistent for decades.
I mean, we don't celebrate our victories. You don't see us on national news for failing water systems. You know, we do so many things so right that are taken for granted, and we should be our own drum. And that's what communications is about. So
just as a point of information, code enforcement, and don't get mad at me, but it was in community development.
That's why I started here.
And then we decided it needed to get out of there.
well, certainly it's not here.
That's what I'm texting right now.
So, Charlie's code.
They might lose the elevator.
All right, jumping back to you, John. So congratulations. Can I get one final comment, and that is, I'm going to put us on a time management.
I'm not sure, did we get saying up the IT? I mean, I know you talk about, moving things to the cloud,
But I think there is a detailed IT strategic plan that we just completed as part of the current plan. So I think it's just continuing to refine that based on our experience that we've just gone through and knowledge we're bringing in, but still continuing to, this is one of those where it's something we're going to do because we've adopted the strategic plan. Is that a goal of the city still? I'm not sure, right? And we've done the plan we're in to do. To do may require some money, but I'm not feeling like there's anything that large.
I think that's why I did mention it because it felt like one of those things I said yesterday. I don't want us to get into the execute the plan. Is our initiative. That's a suit. So thank you. Okay. Yeah,
And I'm not sure is where I'm looking at financial sustainability of operations for the parks. I know it's a really urgent thing. There are other departments who are probably could benefit from a similar look. I can tell you my experience, the long-term financial outlook for the library is not great. Given everything's going on in the county, the current district rate, and I'm hearing additional pressures on general funds, additional money is going to be going most likely to other areas, which is going to impact us. I don't know that elevates the level of, something that needs to be in visible setting, but I would at least advocate or a great mindset to have in the next couple of bienniums or biennia is, let's start being real strategic and do periodic regular looks at sustainability of all of our operations kind of in a systematic way to do it. Rather than, waiting until we get to the crisis.
Police this decade, parks
Right.
this decade. Library.
Yeah,
What's interesting about the library, though, right, is that you also have the library district.
Yes,
I think it's gonna be probably a discussion in terms of what that taxation rate is and what the collection rates are. But it's a dual funded operation.
Yeah, and I think that's important because I think the community is kind of going, oh, we're building a new library, let's check that box. I think we're not really done, and I think that's part of how we talk about our successes, not only from the standpoint, yes, we checked the box, we got a new library building, but looking towards, we don't do a really good job as a community. I'm not talking about the city, I'm talking about the community, about looking for, some of us think about the forward part, but I think generally it's all about police department. Okay, that's done. Okay, that's done. It's not done, and that's something we have to communicate to the public, and and to counter that. Well, does that mean you're putting your hand in my pocket? You want more? But because the community has a new library, it has a new public works facility, it has a new police department, there is ongoing funding that needs to keep happening with regard to those facilities. And I think that's something we haven't communicated as well as we could.
Was there, I guess I didn't hear from Adam or Mike, I think we kind of hit the major infrastructure ones that tend to be our largest capital expenditure. I guess, did we miss anything from what you guys heard or that you had on the list that you were aware of related to infrastructure or capital?
What about Sean? What do you think?
So I agree, the ongoing, not just the facilities maintenance, but keeping the staffing as the city grows. The police department, right, if you do a task force, we're supposed to be they wanted us at 1.5. That would take a tremendous amount of officers today, 8, just to get us to where we need to be. So having the commission understand that there's going to be some asks or needs on an ongoing thing for the police department and every department, just to maintain the level of service that we need to as a service.
Mike or no, I think we did. I think that was a good effort.
But from your standpoint, acknowledging the due, especially on some of this, what was Whitney's 28 and what was
with the West reimbursements, about 24 million for 5 years. So,
I mean, that's almost 50 million. That's a lot. So you think that's something that just is just important to acknowledge, but also then communicate out to the community, showing how we're doing that. So it's a goal, even though we're doing it.
And because that just makes it easier when we do have an ask for parks. We can say, we've rattled all these money trees in order to get these things done. We've proven we can perform.
Okay. I realize I'm shutting down the conversation. However, we do have 6 other topics to get to in our day. So, and that's for 10 minutes. Great. We do it and come back into our next breakout session. Okay. Thank you all. And then you got homelessness, as broad homelessness strategy was the last 2 years. So once again, you have an opportunity to define what success looks like against this theme and what the activities are each minute that you want to move that forward with. Your groups are out there, commissioners, point your people in the right direction, and off we go. We'll put 40 on the clock. Then we got 40 minutes. Will you switch? Efficiency and customer and we go to lunch. Not a spirit, so I guess, yeah.
I have some run back and just like, I don't know. You just made a whole breakdown. Yeah. All right, so what we're talking about, engagement, and again, I will read kind of things that came out, and please prevent us correctly doing anything not discussion. So the themes that we had, so our success measures for our themes, first one, all neighborhood associations activated and represented on the CIC. Second, creating an environment which makes volunteering at all levels more accessible. And that was meant to encompass everything from volunteering facility to advisory body to state mission. Third theme was more diligence about involving community, educational, back and forth and regional leaders in city activities and discussions. And the fourth one was a broader, more diverse base of people participating in the committee or policy process. Did I capture those themes well? Yeah, seeing nods. Okay, go ahead and pause before we go to initiatives.
Yeah, please, just reactions to that. So just repeat back before I heard neighborhoods, all neighborhood participation, improved volunteering, and also the third one, city.
Diligent about involving community, educational, and regional leaders in city activities discussions. And I think that was more making sure we got the table, right? Having these discussions. That we got the right.
So it's not the same 5 people in every meeting.
And like the specific ones that came up for the school district, there was talk about the county leadership, making sure that those people are involved in the engaged.
So it's really there's a theme of.
And some of and then some of this started to bleed a little into number 7, goal number 7. So we talked about it. Okay, we'll see. When we get there.
Thoughts on that from the group that was on it?
No engagement on engagement.
You're good with that?
One of the responses in the community survey dealt with, I was surprised there were a lot of comments about not feeling engaged. And so I'm not sure, maybe as we discuss this, there's probably some discussion about what that looks like.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if that was talked about based on what we were seeing in the results as to what that meant related to this topic and what we would like to achieve.
I think they were.
So I heard neighborhood associations, I heard regional leaders. So what else? I'm sorry. Educational.
Broader, more diverse base of people participating in the process. So engaging, so that all the advisors don't all the same, right? And then creating an environment which makes that volunteering and participation accessible. Right? And then we had a couple of initiatives that were open.
So was it mostly coming in or going out? Was there a discussion about how to put stuff out broader to the community as a whole outside of neighborhood associations?
That was under the initiatives.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
I know that's been one we talked about in the past, but then mixed results on that.
Well, and with the neighborhood associations, it isn't just making sure they're all there. They all need to be strong and robust and healthy. And if that means, because I know that Hillendale and Tower Vista, they are doing a combined sort of thing. So if that means that starting out with limited resources, we need to combine certain areas so that we can just have the amount of bodies necessary to have a strong group, then that's something we need to take a look at. So not just that they're existent, but that they have a real presence in our decision making.
I think we need to expand our relationship with the Portland City Schools. I think you show some great success in going out with the council and advocating for that. I think we need to be embedded and have a seat at the table to engage there. And I think we'll see good outcomes from that.
coincide. So I have been involved in citizen involvement for a very long time and had the opportunity and privilege of chairing a statewide organization that existed was on that group for 8 years, and I still kind of keep in touch with them. Jurisdictions all over the state are facing the same issues. We have been creating the platforms for people to be engaged. We are going out to talk to them, but we can't. It's like the horse making, you can lead the horse to water, but you can't make them drink it. We've done everything we can do, and there's probably more we can do, but we can't make them. And that's part of the problem, because citizen involvement means you have the opportunity to participate. It does not mean that you get your way. It means you have the opportunity to participate. And that was my mantra as chair of that group. And I get it because I'm on that side as well in participating. And what I try to instill in people that I know is that don't wait until there's a crisis in your neighborhood to be involved. You need to head this stuff off of the past by being active. But again, somebody said it yesterday. You come home, you're paying your bills, you're watching your kids, you're doing this, you're going to work, you're doing that, and where do you have time to do all this other stuff? So some people obviously make it a priority to be engaged and still manage to do all that. I mean, and they're making their super people. But to the average Joe Schmo, unless their office is being boarded, they're not going to be there. And we just have to continue, even though it's frustrating for me. Like, why wouldn't you be involved? Why don't you want to know what's going on in your community?
I guess I don't disagree, but
I'm not saying negative. I'm just saying this is reality.
No, I think, but it allows for that big discussion for the commissioners to understand what success is and what the expectation is. Because I think we probably all have very different aspirations for what we're going to be able to do as a public organization and who we're going to be able to judge, how we touch them, and how we get them involved. Because I do agree, I think it's very difficult to break through the noise these days with all the information that's out there. So what does that look like in terms of being successful? Is success how much information we put out in a great manner to be able to receive it back, or is it truly how many clicks we're getting on a website? And I don't know the answer to that. I think it's probably different for all.
I think over time,
It's not on the web. I know it sounds weird, not everybody.
over just, they're not even police issues, but just in watching, and a lot of times it's the development. Someone's pissed that something's coming in next to their neighborhood, and then they'll come and show up, and like to what you said, Denise, they don't get their way, and so then you see an article or someone writes a letter in the pamphlet how government doesn't, politicians don't listen or whatever, and it's sort of unfortunate. I've always thought that people, I get what I want, therefore government doesn't care, and that's not true. There's limitations and there's a system set up, and I don't think you can necessarily give a civics lesson, somehow what the city does. There is a disconnect sometimes, I think, with what people think that we can do and what we actually do, or what the system is.
And that gets into something we were talking about. How are we going to be able to broaden that base of people who come to our meetings that are not just single family homeowners who when there's one or two, can change the outcome of a whole decision. When we have people with certain interests, really with a single interest, and we're not hearing from people who live in other ways, that drastically affects the way that we make our decisions, which is why we were discussing initiatives we could take to better inform those who live in middle housing and apartments, so that they're equally as a part of the land use process as single family homeowners.
I can tell you a quick story. So DOPA decided it was going to do a welcome packet. We dropped a packet with free coupons and all kinds of stuff to every single apartment in the code development. We did not get anybody who redeemed any of the coupons or anything. I mean, there was, hundreds of dollars worth of free stuff. The board was very discouraged by that, because we spent a lot of time and effort trying to outreach those people, saying, hey, welcome to Breakout City, here's a bunch of stuff, you can go to these businesses, you know. But I think you're right, Adam, in many ways. There's a way to do that, but we have to figure out, well, again, who said it goes back to the schools? Civic engagement. You and I and Mike and, you know, we figured out by being involved, we have the opportunity to change things. But I don't know how many other people recognize that because the opportunity is there. It's not like we're not making the opportunity available. It's there. You just have to come and pick it up.
Jim, I know you said this tongue in cheek, but is there an education component to this? I mean, is there a civics 101 element to it?
Yes, the leadership.
Just kind of, for me, one of the things I wanted to try to bring up, especially with younger people, but we live in the video world. I would love to see us put resources behind a series of 3 to 5 minute videos. What do I need a building permit? How do I get it? What do I do if I've got a code enforcement complaint? You know, there's just a million different topics out there. Little what?
Well, how the building got along? Yeah.
I've got a friend who retired. Their business is 3-minute videos to assist paraeducators in schools on how to deal with problem situations, and they're making a damn fortune doing it. But that's a side point. But
There's a funny
point is that 3 to 5 minute little soundbite. How do I make a public comment? Because we know, to me, knowledge about how the system works is a prerequisite to being able to make an effective input into climate change.
We love that.
Do they even teach civics in the schools any longer?
Rocky.
Do they? I mean, there seems to be a generational gap there.
There's government classes, yeah.
Okay. But when most of the
Local is very overlooked. It's the federal stuff that
Is it a required class or is it a
not so much. I've actually spoken some of our classes about local stuff, so I think it's more than that, but
Is
it
it
doesn't mean we can't engage more in that.
is it required or is it an elective?
I don't know.
I think it's great, but it doesn't help inform our citizens who are already in high school.
Right.
So we've done a couple of those. Josh, the assistant city engineer, has put together a couple of, traffic technology or development.
Yeah, this one up yesterday. Well, even it's got just a bit of line, I'd say yesterday.
Yeah.
Even the budgeting 101, as we had that's something that we can report. Okay, it's an hour and a half, but you can break that down, even in preparation for that. How do your property taxes work? We found a video that was 3 minutes, another jurisdiction had done that, and it was entertaining, and it probably answered, most of the questions that the average citizen had.
One thing we talked about, I just want to bring up with all of the advisory committees on up to the city commission is that we have the opportunity for engagement, but it's structured in a way that you kind of have to fit a certain demographic. Like your job has to end at 5 o'clock ish if you're going to make it through a night meeting. So if you have a swing shift, you're not going to be participating. If you need childcare to participate, you may not be able to do it. If you need transportation to get around. So we started talking about what are some of these hindrances to really, broadening the tent of volunteers and engagement of how would we get people, or do we provide childcare or pizza for the kids or whatever it looks like. We didn't get into the details, but there are barriers that are there for some of the participation opportunities we have.
Metro hands out money. Yeah. Which is in a lot of ways scary to me. That's how they got people to participate on solid waste advisory committee. Just so you know, I donate.
Is paid engagement on your initiative list?
Well, so initially, you can put another here, offering incentives and support needed to broaden participation in accessibility of advisory activities. Okay, so childcare. You found a kid for teens pizza. That's a great incentive.
So don't do this. Basically,
some of the other initiatives that got discussed in various ways, some were a little more developed than others. There was a talk about, a check sheet or a toolbox for public engagement opportunities. So basically, when a department knows that, hey, I want to do this outreach, here's your resource list, here's all the things that are going to make hopefully a successful engagement. It could include things like demographic analysis. It could include things like a community directory, so you can easily target, these are the people that I need to reach out to on this topic. We talked about, and Jared, correct me if I'm wrong, consolidated communications tools and platforms for getting information out better way. I think that also encompasses ideas like different communication methods, videos, and the like. Explore opportunities for reaching community members using existing and new communication channels, reaching out to apartment residents. There was somebody mentioned Leadership Academy, and that came out here as well. And then there was an idea, and Rocky told me about it. I think I got this. I think it's a great idea. Community dialogue sessions / open houses about topics that have significant community interest, inviting community together, doing that multiple times a year. So just providing was the idea of getting people together in a more structured way to talk about some of these big issues that if you had that opportunity for discussion, it might eliminate some of the friction, the roadblocks that we encounter in the city. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's worse as well.
No, I was thinking about some of the things that have held this city back for the last decade. And why we've never actually just sat down and had a dialogue to fix them. We tend to love the back and forth arguments and wait till it gets to a vote or wait till it gets to a confrontation. I don't never understood that. And I've been vocal about that, especially in urban renewal and other things. We have to have a dialogue, and because I think we actually are in agreement on more than we think we are, and having that dialogue would proactively make these things go a lot smoother.
Who do you think should have the dialogue? Because I think, I've thought about, do I go to the neighborhood association, right? As the city manager representing the city, right? Or do we set up, two commissioners take half, and two commissioners take the other, three take the other half of the neighborhood association and try and when I think this is kind of the earlier conversation too about boards and committees and the doing, right? We do by creating a group of 7 to 10 people who sit around in a room and right, how do we get out? Right, because I agree. I think it's an area we've kind of failed in terms of outreach to the broader community through lack of engagement opportunities and probably communications. But it's still intriguing that the percentage of people who love trail news getting delivered to their home. It's astonishing that the whole print is number one by so much.
And to that end, we need to add the commercial businesses because they don't know what's going on. I ask them all the time, do you read trail news? They don't know what it is. We don't send it out to everyone.
Are we still doing a plan talking about this too?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's got mine in the mail.
Go off the mailing list somehow.
It's not addressed to you specifically, it's to resident.
I get my neighbor's mail more than I get my own, so. That's another issue.
It's laying around City Hall all the time, or go to the post office.
I guess along Rocky, to your point, what does that look like? How do we facilitate that community discussion? To you, what would that look like?
I don't know, and that's the problem. And I don't think it's necessarily just city to the community, but I've said this about this session. I don't know why we don't do this type of a session once a month or 4 times a year. Because I think it, and with the COVID world and all this, we've talked about that, but just be able to discuss things without having to be stuck to a city meeting agenda or a time constraint. There are so many of these issues that we could address and be in a better place on. So it's not just commission and staff, that dialogue should happen more often in person as a whole. But then also the dialogue with the community, especially on issues that we know are gonna be a confrontation or are gonna be an issue or a dialogue. I think there's so many, having it thrown on the agenda or having it on one night of a meeting. And I don't know whether it's called work sessions, because, you know, work sessions can be various different things. I don't like the fact that, you know, we have to be so careful just having casual conversations between commissioners or between staff. It should have more just open, and maybe there's sessions that we have a couple times a year that aren't even specific to a topic. That anyone can throw something out saying, well, this is the problem that we're seeing, and how we can just have a dialogue on it that is not even decision based within that meeting, just to throw ideas out, just to have a conversation. Even if it doesn't get to a decision, at least we have far more knowledge about where people are coming from than just a straight report or just a quick presentation that we don't have the time or bandwidth to necessarily digest fully. I want to see that happen more, because I think that's going to resolve a lot.
I'm hearing a bit of a model you're setting up here with inbound engagement from the citizenship to the city being the opportunity being efficiency, digitization in your mind, but really how can we meet needs in a most efficient way? But I hear being almost a desire to refuse that efficiency side of, well, we've got an agenda, we've got a meeting, we've got to get these things. And the question is, not inefficient, but I'm using that as a play on concepts to say, maybe we just need to be a little more analog, in the way we do this. Like, we need to have the conversations, we need to have the open space. We don't have to always be governed by, we've got 2 minutes and 22 seconds left. I'm curious if that resonates with anybody there. I'm not saying all the time, on items, but
yeah, it's interesting. Of course, that's confusing because there's clearly nights that we go, oh my gosh, we talked about that way too long, and I get that. So it is a balance, but I guess I don't really know how to fully explain that. I think because there is time that we spend too much on one topic and not the other, and there's also sometimes it's spread through. I think I just want to get to a place where it's more personal dialogue than it is a checklist or a goals list, because I really truly believe that all of us are here to do good for the city, and I also believe that all of us care about this place. And really actually listen to each other and have this time, which is almost never. We can say, wow, that was really amazing. Like, I got comments about conversations last night with people I probably haven't talked about in a long time. That has to happen more.
I think this is a teaching moment, right? In the sense that, wouldn't it be interesting that our workshops look like this, as opposed to the workshops that we have?
And they used to, I believe, were more like this.
They were a little less formal. We didn't limit the dice, right? We kind of set the middle of the room with a kind of a table, everybody's sitting on the other
I think it was, the work sessions have evolved into something different than they used to.
They're almost like city commission meetings with a different name.
I think you may be right on that.
And then you gotta, when you have work session that looks like this, you obviously you choose a couple of topics, but also keep in mind that there's not a lot of
the city commissioners are not paid. They're volunteers. But at the same time, a lot of times demanded of them. Because they have to go to work or do other things. But if you had something, recognizing that is a limitation. We may have too many meetings. So if you had work sessions that look like this, and structure them in such a way that you could actually eliminate some of the meetings. It's possible.
So I'm hearing, and I'm going to do the thing that is counter to the exact thing we're talking about, but I'm hearing a bit of a revisit of how we consider time together as being an element of engagement and revising the way we physically exist with each other on these topics. Okay. I apologize for being the cutoff, but that is my job. I'm going to turn it over to our second team, which was focused on homelessness. We'll put the time on the clock, and I will turn it over to either the mayor or whoever else would like to. Mike, you take it ahead.
Would like to is not necessarily what happened.
Mike,
Next time in the room, and there was a paper.
You're sitting next to your scribe right there, so you can
Like one of the dreams. Okay, so I think we talked about kind of two ways to measure success. One of them is an informed citizenry that embraces a response plan that addresses the visual, safety, and service aspects of the homeless community. And this kind of came up basically from something that Jim said, where when he has an opportunity, if he gets a complaint from a citizen about we're doing nothing about the homeless situation, and he has a chance to sit down and explain, here's what we are doing, here's what we can't do by law, they generally leave saying, okay, you're trying, right? If with words in your mouth, that's basically,
Yeah, I didn't change what they're saying, I just changed how they feel about it.
but right, at least they know we're doing something. So that was one success. And the other was reducing the visual and safety impacts of homeless individuals. And that just gets back to how people feel unsafe when they may be confronted by a homeless person, or just the visual aspects of clutter in our parks, vandalism in our parks, and how that has an impact on how people are able to live their lives. So a success would be if we are able to reduce those kind of impacts. Some initiatives we talked about. Should I move on? Or you want us to talk about that?
Let's pause there because there's some elements to that are, and I'm stealing Jim's great phrase, which is you built an umbrella, you got a great umbrella, but now I need to know that I have the umbrella and I'm going to use the umbrella. But it's a question of, is the community aware that it exists, that we're using the tools that we have? So that was one piece. And then I heard another piece, which was the visual and the safety elements of the experience of being a citizen and experiencing interactions with homeless individuals. So those were kind of two different elements. So reactions around the room, comments, thoughts.
The only one that and we'll discuss the initiative, the safety one, I completely agree with. I mean, that's our big priority at the library. If we had anybody in the building who's causing a safety issue, we want them out. First we have a little the visual part of it, that gets me starts out like I don't want to see that, I don't want to see this problem. I don't think that's
And we're thinking clean up in our facilities and parks.
Okay. At least that's the thing. It's like you're welcome and abide by our behavior policies. You are welcome in our right. We want you there. You want to stay there all day. As long as you are following our behavior policies, great. Yes. So the trash has to be doing yes, and we've had discussions with our staff because we do have people come up and say there's a homeless person sitting there. They're using the library just like you are, and we had to have that conversation with community members, kind of explaining that's perfectly okay. And they're community members and we serve just like you, and just the fact that they are experiencing homelessness is not a basis for excluding them from home services or denying them access to their government. So,
Yeah, I think I agree. I think our discussion was more about the visual impact associated with
with the
garbage, piling up parts, needles, feces.
Okay, thank you.
We did talk about what you're saying though. We did, there is an element, there are people who don't want to see the homeless guy on the bench.
Yeah.
And so part of our job is to educate them. You may not like saying that, but that's not something we deal with.
But the other component of that is, somebody sleeping in a doorway, right?
Yeah.
But while addressing that maybe through additional resources of a case manager, to improve that situation, not necessarily in response to, I don't like saying homeless person, right? I mean, so I think there are probably many outcomes, many people based on this, but I think we're coming at it from a resource and safety aspect.
One of the problems that we inherently have is that when somebody calls up or somebody perceives this, they automatically assume that they're a homeless person. And I think that is, I don't know how we change that perception, but just because somebody's sitting on a bench doesn't mean that they're homeless. And it's really hard to, change people's perception there if they have no other information that's coming in, and that's part of the problem. They're labeling, oh, I feel unsafe because, well, do you feel unsafe when Joe Schmo's walking across, down the street next to you? I mean, maybe that's the person that's going to steal your purse, but they're not homeless. I mean, I don't know. It gets into that, that community perception.
I don't think this is unlike the problem with, say, a land use thing. There's a lot of complex problems that cities deal with, and people get really frustrated, or there's a lot of fear. That this is my house, and how come this is moving into my house? It's complex why you have to have a fourplex next to your house. It's complex why you, and so how do you relate to somebody that even though you don't like it, it's not happening because we're asleep at the wheel. I think it's always going to be the job of city government. That is a destination, not a destination, that's a journey. We're always going to be in the game of trying to communicate that to people, whether it's about homelessness or any of these topics.
But there is a communication component to this that probably slides into engagement.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Other comments on sort of those broader measures of success that Mike shared? Thoughts? Mike, you want to talk a little bit about sort of the
Some initial activities that we talked about, the partnership, continuing partnership with the Homeless Coalition and other jurisdictions. A service hub with probably kind of a crisis shelter component along with that. Addressing cleanup, especially in our parks and other public facilities. A case management staff. We've got homeless officer, we've got mental health officer, but then once that immediate situation is dealt with, how do we hand them off to someone who can help them get the services that they need, and that would be a case manager kind of thing. And then the other one was training for city staff, dealing with confrontational situations. Just as an example, the receptionist at City Hall all of a sudden, or your front desk person has to deal with a potentially violent, certainly disturbing kind of a situation for them, and how can they deal with that? So those were some of the initiatives that we talked about.
And part of this was based on from the community survey for public safety. The visibility of police in the community, 70%, really high. How quickly police respond, high. Enforcement of local traffic laws, high. Over the next 2 years, based upon some of the response to the two choices, the areas that should receive the most emphasis were response to issues with transient, 58%. City's overall effort to prevent crime, 29. So I mean, it's pretty obvious about the perception of what the issues being submitted to us on. I think that helped to inform the discussion that we had at our table.
Comments on those initiatives, thoughts, or additional areas of opportunity that you pursue?
From our, and I don't know how you put this in there, but for us, it's been really successful. The group that, you know, we get together every month. I know we mentioned the homeless coalition, you got some case mentioned, but continue that communication between all the groups that are involved in this has been really valuable for us. I mean, we feel we can call Brandon level at any time. You know, we have people we're streaming across the street. We have resources now to help address some of the challenges. So I would love, I don't know if there's a way to articulate and continue working with those community partnerships that we've already developed. They're very effective. And that's my understanding.
And that's different than the homeless solutions.
Yeah. The homeless solution part is a different group where this is the, I don't even know if it has a name.
Well, so it was part of the goal 14.1 was forming an advisory group or something, and it's having everybody who's touching homeless people sit in the same room once a month and talking about literally individuals and making sure that we're coordinating our resources. And I would say that the 14.2, which will be we're in the process of, and our goal in partnering with the county and the coalition and the Providence is basically just doing that with just better resources. So the city's done pretty good in innovating, I think, in terms of homelessness and Val's position. Several of you were on the commission at times where we came with those asks. No one better than I. You know, we've been well supported. There's been a bunch of different individuals doing really good work. The city's done really well here. Despite of what's doing a good job.
So it sounds like there's not just an element of informing citizens that these things, that there is a response, but in fact that you've done a good job with the response.
Yeah.
To a certain degree, claiming a bit of victory on some of that when in an appropriate, respectful way, but reminding that work has been done here.
I think in these next 2 years, because of the stuff that's coming, I think it's going to be very important for us to, one, fight for our place at the table with this broad regional effort that's going on for Oregon City's perspective of the collective effort, especially if it's located in our community. We have to really have a strong voice because it's going to impact us different. But the burden to communicate to the public what's going on, and then it's not out of control, and getting their feedback, and that's going to be a big lift, I think, as this next thing sort of kicks off.
Because I was just getting ready to pick on you again.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you what your thoughts are for the rank and file.
I think some of the where we can maybe part of the communication is we get a call, and not just homelessness, but people believe they're maybe experiencing a call for service or crying at Oregon City because they live in 97045, or they're on 213, or they're in Metro. A lot of the stuff that we get calls for aren't actually in Oregon City. They do impact Oregon City because maybe those individuals are, come into Oregon City, but 213, where we get a lot of complaints, that is, we'll go out there and we'll help send campaigns, and we'll go out there.
Specific, what do you mean by 213? I mean, because 213 is pretty long.
213, basically anywhere between the barriers on 213, that's all county or metro. That is not the city of Oregon City. So we get a lot of complaints, either homelessness or some crimes occurring there, traffic crashes. It doesn't matter. People, they all go to us first, and then we have to vet them out. So we do spend some resources in there. I'm trying to educate the community. That is not necessarily Oregon City. I think from the rank and file, I think we have seen a huge improvement, but we're also seeing an increase. So when there are services, most recently, we've been seeing a lot of people come to Oregon City that are not originally from Oregon City. And so now we're trying to use our resources to get them resources to get them the housing they need. We're seeing a lot of people that are resistant to services, and that doesn't mean we're gonna stop, but we're gonna continue to offer those resources, trying to overcome that barrier, and we've done that with some individuals. But I think that's kind of where we're at.
With the communication that you do to the public, is there also an element that talks about like just where we are and why there's a higher percentage of homeless? Because if you think about our population size and the size of our city, like compared to other metro cities, we have a higher homeless population because of the county services, the jail. There's reasons why there's more people here than in another city, and so
a lot of those are individual conversations when we have when someone calls it says, or maybe tries to report something, say it's not in our city, we'll explain that, hey, that's not in, but we'll also go explore and find out if we can help. We try to put out, we have websites, we know that doesn't happen. We put out stuff on social media at times. Again, it's trying to communicate with a diverse group of citizens that they're not on the website or they're not on Facebook. And so most of our conversations are one-on-one when someone calls for a call for service or we're going to complain about something that's going on.
The other thing we do successfully though is don't you attend every neighborhood association?
Yes.
Rotation.
No, we have officers, every neighborhood association has an officer assigned to that, and then we split up traffic officers too. So we can go and we go to every meeting, and if someone's not there, we try to send another representative. Command staff is also starting to go to those meetings, and just kind of hear what the public and what the community has concerns about, and then also educating them on what's going on.
I think that's a successful engagement. That's not every city can and does do that.
Try to build those relationships.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, if you go to every association, I'd say most of them are probably the older, close to the 10, right? At least in the coffee one that I attended.
Oh, look at me.
But you know, again, that's successful. That's what it takes. I think we can tell our neighbors is, hey, if you've got a crime problem, come. You know, you've got doesn't have to be digital. Let's come to your neighborhood association. I mean, honestly, they're talking about.
But it's also we try to build those relationships that you don't have to wait for that meeting, right? You know who that officer is. You know relationships, and then you can reach out to the officer on some lower level stuff that might be happening in the neighborhood, so we can deal with rather than waiting. But yeah, I think something we really have to talk about is how this affects staff internally, who have to address these issues. I can speak for my staff, specifically frontline staff and park maintenance staff, who take pride in the work that they do. They want to keep the parks green and clean, and they go in with the best effort to do that. And then day after day after day, where the property is destroyed and they're having to do these cleanups, and it can become demoralizing. And it's really affects our ability to retain and also attract staff to these positions as well. So any efforts that we can do to help mitigate some of those things, I think is going to help staff as well.
And I realize people say, oh, as a public employee, he's got a job, they're supposed to clean up parks, right? This is a new level. I mean, we've talked about, just third party in the South. This is not, or change the job description that you're going to be cleaning up human feces all over buildings. That's what it's become.
It's dangerous, yeah.
And that's when we've been innovative, right? We've been art bodies, we try to be creative.
And then they destroyed them.
They destroyed them, they were so bad that we
Set them on fire.
We just had to stop doing it, right? The vendor who does services us all the time increased the rates, and then finally said, we can't do that. So yeah, and it's only a small percentage of individuals that are causing these problems. And obviously if we identify those, we're gonna hold them responsible for their behavior, but kind of identify who those individuals are is sometimes difficult. And then
to Kendall's point, therein lies the
question that we have around the visual impact, right? This is the intersection with criminal behavior. Which is
Where, Stephen, where would we put something like that to, I mean, I really empathize with what Kendall is saying with, you know, being demoralizing. Where would something like that go in all the stuff that we're talking about? Because it's not only the parks people. I mean, you know, somebody who became a librarian didn't expect to have to, you know, come in and have somebody confront them at the front desk, or person who's the receptionist at City Hall, somebody coming in and you know, acting crazy.
I would encourage you to take what we talked about, which is actually a communications need to the citizenship around what we're doing, and think about it as also communication to the departments and to the staff of the city.
Specifically, where would we put something like helping staff deal with these sorts of issues?
Here, in this
initiative, as part of
in this initiative, yeah. And I would just roll it into that broader thought of how are we talking about what we're doing about this? It's not just to the community, it's to city staff. That's what I would do.
Okay.
I think we also need to communicate the fact that how these issues intersect with so many other. I messaged Kendall yesterday, I've been looking at the highlights of the parks, I mean, several pictures of graffiti and vandalism and so forth, and how they spend so much time cleaning this stuff up that they're not doing the things that the other parts that everybody wants them to be doing. And, you know, there's limited time and resources, and I think the intersection of those issues needs to really be made clear, because people don't see that until it's right for our face.
Yeah, I think and again, I don't have all the crosstabs here, but the read of the findings of the community survey put this visual petty crime intersection, I don't know if that's the right term, forgive me, but this crime in the transient camp as opposed to in the parks crossover. It happens to be a parks element, but it's 58% transient. So hit it where they're saying they believe it to be coming from. Again,
each park has a little different demographics that go to them too. So I think what we're seeing at Tyrone S. Woods and Chapin, those are more younger teenagers that are causing those problems that we've identified, versus what we're seeing at Black Park or John Thorne Park, right? So those are, you know, someone that's destroying a bathroom down there is not necessarily the same ones they're destroying up there. So yeah.
I think part of this outgoing communication needs to be clear communication to other regional jurisdictions that we are not the sole solution. And as it stands now, we're almost the default remedy to anything. And as other communities step up their efforts to control their situations, it drives that population into our community. And not to be, you know, unsympathetic in any way, but we have a goal to protect this community. And there's a direct influence, provable influence between petty crime and the increase in that specific population that's moved here. So I mean, there's a reality to that we can't gloss over. And I appreciate the job that our police department is doing, but I agree. I mean, you're going to be the front desk at a library or receptionist. You're not supposed to be trained in high-level conflict resolution. That's not how you're supposed to happen. And we need to be, quite honestly, intolerant. We need to hold a strong line on that. And I'll stand behind whatever it takes to do that. And I mean, we've had with other cities, and when we approach the subject of, you know, we can use your assistance. You know what it was like? It was like, we don't have a problem. Or of course you don't have a problem. Just drive across the you know, I don't want to be the only solution here. So,
and there was just an element of that in the conversation that the group
I
had.
gotta remember like the different businesses, right? I know Fred Myers gets hit tremendously by this. They don't want confrontation, so they'll call us after it happens, right? Or Wilco, or I can name that store.
Yes, I don't get that.
It's about safety for them that they've had confrontations and it's not worth letting the product go versus one of their employees getting hurt over something potentially. So that's why they're making those decisions. And, you know, it is what it is, but we'll get the reports and we'll go try to identify who that individual was and deal with it. But there's been an influx in some of these businesses with students.
And that's why it's increasing, because they know they're getting away with it.
Well, yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
So we've got 1 minute left. Any last comments on this topic? You've got some clear definitions of success and some initiatives to start the conversation. Anything else? Okay. We've got no public comment. Okay, then let's head to lunch and we'll put Tracy on the 30 on the clock. I think we're back on. We're back on time. We'll put 30 o'clock and enjoy lunch. I don't know the logistics. You can tell them.
Same as yesterday, this door needs.
And
Meet your teams, off we go. We'll put 40 on the top as you get started.
Better go on.
Yes, I
Take it to my chair back. Fall around. Thank you. All right. Ready? Yeah. Okay. Tourism and academic folks are still typing. I'll make her go first now. And working. So, yeah. Thank you. So I'm going to turn it over to tourism and ag dev. And Craig got it. All right. Yeah, interrupt if I did something wrong. So I'm going to present these, we separated tourism and ag dev as kind of separate topics. So for tourism, defining success for the themes, the three we came up with were tourism infrastructure in place that does not negatively impact neighborhoods. Second one was the tourism industry maximizes the use of Oregon City's existing historical, natural, and commercial resources in a financially sustainable fashion. And third, we have tourism products ready for market prior to promotion. Prior to what? Sorry, promotion. Let's pause there. So I heard. Yeah. Message is always the same, you know. So I heard infrastructure, use existing resources, and make sure we're ready for market or promoting. Responses, reactions, questions, additional commentary from the team. I think we recognize that through tourism, we can put our best, gives us a way of putting our best foot forward, which includes what we believe are important aspects of the community, like history, natural beauty, and experience alongside that. A place where you can come, feel safe, wow, enjoy tourism. We have lots of restaurants, lots of places to eat, and those kind of things. So you get a diversified experience with all of that. So I think that's the overall gist of it. Of course, the challenges are there and have to be dealt with, but I think overall success looks like that. You guys talked a little bit about, you had an initial conversation about separating tourism and economic development. Can we just touch on that?
Yeah.
Not separating, but distinguishing.
I think that's going to be a bigger conversation because so we've talked along the lines of having a separation or moving tourism towards a DMO, destination marketing, or destination management organization. And I think that's probably the right direction. I guess my one concern is because we've talked about the importance of these two things being integrated together. And then by saying, oh, we're going to separate this one into this thing and this into this thing, how do they still stay intertwined when we're separated? I think is my concern, because we don't want to give the impression that somehow we're setting these apart and tourism operates completely unconnected to the city. And so how does that continue to be tied together in a way Because it's, tourism is still gonna be tied to economic development, regardless of whether it's a DMO or under the city. So that's how, I think we gotta figure out how that works. And I think that's, because if it's not intertwined, I think it causes a lot of problems in terms of where we're going in the future with the economic development.
I think that DMO city tourism thing is a real in-depth discussion. Because I need to understand further about, are we segmenting? Is one being run by private sector and the other by city? What's the interface, or is the DMO, how does that work? I don't think we have an in-depth, I don't have an in-depth understanding of that yet.
Well, I agree, because I mean, the way we're looking at it, right, is that we're utilizing transient room tax to essentially seed fund, pass through to
So we're involved.
the DMO. Yes, I mean, there is going to be that time, and it is going to be a roles and responsibilities. It's going to be an expectations of
Accountability.
the DMO versus the expectation of the city itself. I think I agree. There's a lot of conversation that has to happen around that, as well as there's a funding component and the advertising component, the branding component. So I don't think I guess, especially early on, I'll see how there's always going to be that link. Right. I think that there is this thought that it could focus on the tourism economics of representing our businesses here versus us.
And I think the other part of that conversation is, so we know that's not going to be a quick job. How do we go forward in that conversation without neglecting, some of the programs? And we talked about that grant process, and that's a piece of it, but that's not the only thing. I mean, it's tourism in general. If we're in the meantime, while we're in this conversation, how do we not neglect tourism because we're like, oh, we're splitting it apart? We still have to get through another season and I'll deal with all those pieces. So,
how much priority is it? Right, I think that's evident in the budget that we put together. When we think about, I think some models we've seen is, Newburgh or McMinnville has set up a task force that's been charged with coming up with what this DMO is going to do, how it's going to, everything we're talking about here, right? Do we provide enough funding so that we can have a staff member that can help facilitate that discussion and run that committee process? I mean, it took over a year to get through that process of having those discussions and coming to those agreements. It's the same discussion we've been having for a long time in a different format, right? Trying to create a program out of it.
One just observation as I'm listening, and I want to make sure you're taking the conversation. Your mission specifically states economic opportunity and historic significance as components of that mission. ECDEV, and in my mind, historic significance myriad. However, tourism would to a certain degree be an interlink between that to historic significance. So there's an interesting worthy divide that might be worth putting in a conversation here instead of just implicitly connecting the two.
But Stephen, it's again, as I stated earlier in this session, it's our niche to exploit in a positive way. Because, like I said, nobody else has that but us. And so there's a way we can use that and have used it, maybe not to the fullest extent that we could have. There's a way for us to take that and spin that to make it, again, and keep the livability,
we don't have time to go into this in depth today, but one of the things I mentioned earlier today was I cannot believe that in all of this discussion today that we haven't acknowledged the Riverwalk. And to me, I think we have to have a conversation about that in the sense of all these aspects, because I think some of the issues in tourism and economic development, and almost all these other things, we have in the last 10 years as a community come closer together than any time in this history I've seen, because we all had this vision of this amazing thing that was going to happen at Willamette Falls. And I know that that's still going to happen, but we don't know anything about it that's going on right now. And we've spent 10 years driving a mission in this town saying everything rests on this project and we got to do it right. And now we don't even talk about it. It was supposed to break ground, and I know all the ins and outs of it, but how do we, and I'm worried that there's going to be such an effort to get that vision back. We had the community engaged in that more than anything I've ever seen. And how do we say it's not all falling apart? How do we say it's still going forward and we're still passionate about it, and it ties to all the other development pieces and plans for this city big picture? Because if we don't, we have bigger problems. So I know we didn't, we could set a whole other day for that, but we've invested a decade, more than a decade in that. And we don't even, it's not even on our radar for this goal session. So we have to revisit that and tourism and how all these pieces work together. That's why that's why I have concerns about various development projects, because we have to think all that out. And it has to match this vision that I think it's the closest we've ever gotten to a vision in this county. Well, we can now start seeing what these two places are going to look like. We can't give up now. We're not giving up. No, I know. But let's put it in. If I asked you what was going on with the Riverwalk, or anyone in this town asked me yesterday or this week what's going on with the Riverwalk, what's my answer? I have no idea. I have a little idea. Okay, but to have a little idea about the number one thing that we've been working on for over a decade in the city says a lot. And every time I talk to Station, we will be coming. I know. Commission very soon to give you an update. We can't lose sight of it.
So
let's put it in there.
having been through, I think you probably have the most experience of any of the commissioners of being elected at an elected position, going through that. You saw the time and resources that went into that, right? And we were fortunate enough to be able to have Metro carry a lot of that.
Right.
Having
I sat on it, so I'll just say,
well, yes, there was a partners collaboration component, but the nuts and bolts work and investment of staff and funds was significant into our behalf.
It needs to be in here.
And I'm only bringing that up because I don't disagree with you all.
Yeah.
But we, as a city, would need to engage and invest significantly more than we have to really take the lead, prioritizing that up and down from the staff to the directors to the electeds, right? Because that's what it's going to take, all of those pushing that, right? It's going to need to be, the public partner side of it. It's the Native American tribal relationships that is a project and an experience and a talent in and of itself.
I guess my latest comment would be, how can we afford not to do it?
Okay.
And second, the relationship building with the tribes is something this city has to do. And it's going to take time. And the relationship in between all the tribes and the city is going to take time. And it's not going to be smooth. But the city's history has never dealt with it. And we have to. So for both of those places, how can we not address it? Or how can we not at least push forward? Because I think it ties to so much in this town, and I think it ties to so much of people's passion, where it's the closest we've ever gotten to seeing the concept of what the city's going to be. And if that alone, not doing it, negates everything we want to do with community engagement for the last decade, because people are so ready for it.
So saying, I think that seems to be the most passionate discussion we've had. Where are the other commissioners? Good. The investment, the commitment, both political and monetarily is significant, right? And so, and I don't disagree with anything you said, to be perfectly honest, but where are we, those electeds?
Well, I can only speak for myself, and you know, I'm going to facetiously say that I'm going to be the E part right now. I don't want to reinvent the wheel. We already have the wheel. And if it means that we end up taking over the easement in order to get this off the dime, then I think we need to do that. We need to get the easement from Metro, have them partner with us on that, and we are then a little bit in the driver's seat. But knowing our Native American partners, they have their own timeline, which is not our timeline. And as I've been told, we've been here for eons immemorial, and we'll still be here, and we're going to get it done. I mean, this is the underlying comment that I got. We're going to get it done when we get it done. So I have stopped asking Stacia because I get the same answer. And when I responded back to her and said, well, that's what you told me last month, and that's what you told me 6 months ago. So could you explain to me from a Western perspective, what does that mean that you're going to be coming to the commission to let us know what you're doing? That's where we left it. So yes, I think we need to do some investment, but I don't want to put the amount of money in that was spent before, because we already have the wheel. If they want to change it, they need to let us know what that change is so that we can work with them and respond to it. So the Riverwalk is a tourism component. I know there are a number of businesses downtown that came in because they are anticipating, and I said, you're going to need to hold your breath a little longer, if that's even possible. If we could, physically hold our breath out. But in the meantime, yes, let's put it back into the document that I don't know how we can say it high level. We will work to support the Riverwalk or the concept plan or whatever it is that we need to say. But yes, it needs to be in the goals, because we shouldn't lose sight of it. We all participated, and I don't know whether you did, Mike, but I was in from like day one, on the consultant selection teams all the way through the very end, being on the planning commission. So I have as much invested in as anybody else. It's just, for me, it is from a Western perspective frustrating that we're in the waiting mode. But I understand patience is a virtue.
You know that I represented the city in those meetings for a period of time. There was times we were going to make it happen. We even agreed on a meeting. We talked about the state that put up $10 million, which still remained unspent. And how long are they going to let us hold that money out of Tina? And we talked about that demonstrated initial success. And we walked out of that meeting with an agreement to move forward and to start the first phase. And shortly thereafter, under Metro's management, that thing came unglued. And if it's up to me, we would take over the management of that project and just make it happen. Because right now there's too many cooks in the kitchen, and it's our backyard. If we can procure that easement and we can drive that project, let's do it. Because as it is now, it's at a standstill. If you want the status of the project, it's at a standstill.
I understand, and I'm not going to sit here. I'm not, but there are nuances to the relationships that are extremely difficult. And Metro, as the lead of that, got stuck in the middle of it, and there were lines drawn in the sand that have not moved. And we can inherit we can take the easement, we can drive the project, and we will be having the exact same discussion of tribal relationships. And either we're going to try to solve them, which is going to take time, or we're going to pick a side. And all of those have ramifications to funding and relationships. That has been the struggle for the last 2 years. And I think we could break glass and say we're pitching the wagon and we're going this way. There are ramifications to that on relationship and funding sides at the Native American state and Metro. Part of the money associated that's been earmarked for this project is that all the tribes in the region can't remember the exact terminology, participate in the project. And there's a disagreement as to who should participate.
A lot of that at that point in time, when we were about to be successful, before it came unglued, it's not about whose placard would say what, whose memorial would say what. It's about let's just build a structure that gets us to enjoy the river frontage. And we can work through the details of who does what, and who's represented where down the line. And then the number of involved groups grew larger and larger, and the thing became totally unmanageable.
It was the programming that derailed it, right? I mean, that's part of it.
Yeah, not this one. We could have built the physical structure the first segment of it.
I just don't want to be in the position, I don't want to be in the position 5 years from now of saying, well, remember that River Walk idea? And it totally fell apart. Just like right now, when people say, hey, why didn't the city buy the mill stick? We put up here. We talked about it. I don't know, you know, but we didn't know what the future was going to be. I didn't want to derail the meeting. I just think we can't go forward without at least acknowledging that and having a conversation about that. Because I think we have lost as a community a massive vision that was driving people forward together. And we have to renew that. And we got to say, no, we haven't forgotten it, even if it does take a long time, because it will, and the relationships with the tribes could take decades, but we have to do it.
Okay, well, let me ask Commissioner Morrow and Commissioner Mitchell, because we've got the three of us saying, and they need to say something, and you just repeated everything you said, so.
No, I did not actually.
But that's okay, thanks. So,
No, I just agree with what Rocky said. We did make a tremendous effort. We did have the community behind it. We are starting to get questions, what the heck happened? As Tony said, the dynamics between the tribe, we could stick our nose in and have things blow up even worse. So that's where it gets really tricky, but it certainly needs to be something that we on paper commit. We are going to do what we can to move this forward.
Yeah, I would agree. When all these discussions were starting, those were my formative years growing up in this community. And so I remember being told that when you're older, we're going to have this, and we're going to have this, and we're going to have this. And I think that part of the reason why I decided that I wanted to engage in this work is because I do want people that are my generation to understand the immense historic and cultural significance of this place that is so often just not appreciated, at least by people that are my age. I don't think it's just not something that we celebrate enough. And so I'm absolutely supportive of moving forward as far as we can. I just don't know what that looks like because of this 3D chessboard of interacting with different tribes, but tribes that also act as private developers. I can just say that I was glad that it was not me who was the representative on those committees, because there's a lot of history there and there's a lot of nuance that needs to go there. And so I'm not exactly sure where we are either. And I get questions about it all the time too. Why is the demolition slowed down at the mill site? I don't know. So I think that
demolition at the mill site is total. That's their private property enterprise by Grand Ron.
Right.
And they're going to do fine.
Right. They're starting it up again. I just got my paper. Yeah. So anyways, we also got told the same thing. When you're older, this will be happening. So I've gotten older and it still hasn't happened. So
Rocky was right. It wasn't the physical manifestation of what it would be. It was the programming, the disputes over programming that to me could have been withheld until such time as we at least constructed some physical success of this is the beginning. So.
But the tribe wants to move where it is. They don't want it to go along down Main Street. They want to move it over, which is slightly derailed a little bit of the progress. But that's getting into the weeds. Sorry.
I think it sounds like this, as it should be, is an important project that we put on the back burner to try to calm, turn the temperature down, try and figure out what the path forward is. This is one of those that I kind of equate to 205. That it's an all hands on. Like it's as much about us taking leadership at the staff level and doing the work as it is about the leadership at the elected level to not only discuss but create those relationships, especially with the tribes that we historically have not had. So, if we hopefully we can get to that, because I think there's a certain distance we can push, but there are certain things that are going to take the talents of the elected officials, speaking in one or individually, to create those relationships and understanding and listening to what the concerns are to help navigate this. This is truly a political disagreement amongst sovereign nations who we're trying to work with here. And there's all the, I know I sound like a broken record. There's only so far I can push it as a staff member, or Camilla can, or John Lewis can, where there are just the formalities and the expectations of government to government at the elected level. It's something different than we traditionally have. Meeting with a councilor or the mayor of Westland. It's just different, and we need to start playing in that world.
And Tony, you just asked a question I think a really good answer to, and the question you all initially asked is where the other commissioners sit when it comes to tourism and economic development. We have not heard much from them. I'd like to hear that.
In 28 seconds.
Let's go.
Deliberate, us, we're already on the committee, so you heard we're on that side.
The remaining two?
The remaining two. Well, I didn't hear anything in your report that I disagreed with.
Right.
And I guess my question is, as an observer, does anything rise to the level of the conversation you just had? And that's not to say that the others are important. You haven't had that passionate of a conversation in a day.
This matter is so complex, and it's a standalone. Yes, it's a component of our future success, but dealing with it is dedicated task for a dedicated group of individuals.
Sure. Whereas this is about things we can accomplish.
Yeah.
There are already masters of this report available.
Right.
We're just participants maybe.
We're in the passenger in the car.
Yeah.
I'm thinking from a resource allocation perspective. You only have so much skill, so much talent, so much resource, so much time. And this is what I heard Tony saying is, this is the top priority. It will necessarily shift other economic development and tourism entities, simply by a function of the time it will take on staff to make this happen.
I think it has to be a balancing act. It's like, if somebody comes in and says they want us to help with something immediately in terms of getting a business here or a project property ready, we have to focus, we have to kind of go there, we might have to go there, we might have to go there. I don't think that the Riverwalk can dictate and dominate every economic development thing that we do, but it's kind of like cream, it's going to rise to the top on certain occasions, and we might have to shift focus, but
yeah, and I equate that with the conversation we've had consistently around there is the work of the city to be done. There is the economic development work of the city to be done. That will need to continue. But when it comes to the outsized allocation of resources, strategically, I'm not hearing anything else that rises to the same level.
it depends on the
When you float that balloon, it might go, be dead on arrival, and we'll have an answer, or it might say, okay, let's reopen the conversation, then we make that decision.
Good, and not in way, but I'm hearing multiple things, and it's economic development. When we talk about the city's economic development, is James and Ann.
right now.
Right? That's everything. That's tourism, that's economic development, normal stuff. This is any new projects that come on. This is urban renewal. So, we didn't fund, we didn't replace Daniel. Maybe that's part of what we work on and trying to figure out, like, if I hear this, Riverwalk, DMO, keeping tourism going, right? Riverwalk and DMO are two big projects in and of themselves to get done. Right? So in the prioritization of this, I guess that's what I'm hearing. And I'm letting you know that two people probably can't lift both of those by themselves. Right?
We can get a more immediate return on the DMO. As the gentleman said, we are masters of our own destiny there. This other is going to be so complex that it could be derailed at any moment. This we can do.
We also have to consider the last decade of resources and effort and time we can put into something that we're just going to say, I mean, it's been a priority for a long, long time. So just,
and I agree with you, Rocky, but this is one that's kind of unique in that we really can't do much until the tribes say, okay, here's our plan, which might happen this spring, might happen next year, might happen, who knows? And I think it's critical that we have it in this document. We have to realize there's a limited number of steps we can take until they open the gate.
oh, and I'm not at all implying that I think we should go full blown forward with everything that we've all worked towards now, because it's a different thing now. I mean, remember the whole purpose of us building the Riverwalk was so that someone would buy the mill site. That was the purpose of the Riverwalk, right? The Riverwalk's purpose was developing the opportunity for someone to buy that land. Well, now they bought it, and now the Riverwalk has got to comply, or at least partner in some way of figuring out how the Riverwalk works with that development, rather than the Riverwalk bringing in the developer to develop. It's we flip the cart. I acknowledge that, but we cannot lose that vision. We cannot lose that direction of what that idea, regardless of what the outcome is in the end and what it looks like. We can't just let it completely fall apart.
And
yes, it's going to be a different project than it was. But to just say, it's not going to work out and we'll just let it happen on its own, we can't do that.
And I think if we do want that, we do have to take a larger leadership role than we had to traditionally. Right? I mean, the state's kind of out, counties out, metros there, they own the east. Right?
But the money.
Well,
where's the money coming?
That's
all the money
that's
from the
big,
trust.
I mean, that's what's more important.
The state. We're just gonna, it's sitting there.
And if we're gonna tap it, we're gonna need
And
to
that money's gonna start going to other places, and
In so much as I have to be the bad guy, the two topics I'm clearly hearing are yes, DMO and the Riverwalk, and you have conversations to be had. So we're going to capture that as really what success looks like is engaging with those two topics. And you do have three other topics though, the themes that the city's looking to you towards. So I'm going to pass it over to housing, and
we have all had that haven't done yet. So
I understand we'll capture it and we'll put it in. We have to move on. So that was a worthy but deep rabbit hole.
Okay, well, speaking of things that we're waiting on other bodies to do so we can then plan around it, I've talked a lot recently about the housing packages that are starting to take a clearer shape at the state level. So the success statement that we have is anticipating and tailoring state requirements to best fit the needs of our community while balancing public infrastructure investments in current and future residents. And so the initiatives that we have listed are public outreach and education regarding state versus local roles. I think those of us on the commission have had an interesting time communicating to people about the housing choices code updates that we've been going through right now, and a lot of the growing aches that come with that we're simply dealing with the state requirement that we're just implementing versus taking the negative attacks and making it seem like this is something that we're choosing to do of our own volition. So making it very clear the difference between who's making the decisions here versus who is being stuck with the implementation, so that we can hopefully get some more community goodwill in those discussions. The next one being analyzing commercial and residential needs by fostering more coordination between economic development and the planning departments. We've had a lot of conversations about people who live here having the opportunity to have livable wage jobs in this community as well. And so as the state looks to preempt our ability to zone certain ways, we also need to be cautious about giving space for the other needs that will actually support the people who live here. And then lastly, exploring various funding strategies. So looking at SDCs, which is something that we have looked at, and then construction excise tax, various funding mechanisms for us to promote the availability of affordable housing. So that's what we have there.
Comments, feedback?
I like the part about tailoring it to our needs because that's key. And obviously somebody who lives in an historic district, I want to see them happen in that way. I think we also need to be looking at it from the standpoint of other neighborhoods, because even though we have design standards in our neighborhood, there's some minimal standards in other neighborhoods, and I think people are going to feel threatened by some giant thing going up there, going into the properties that we heard from the neighborhood meeting the other night about the triplex, possibly 3 dwelling units going in on 15th Street. And it's not a design district, but there was some pushback from some of the neighbors, like, again, what is this? Why are they doing this? And it's, it's a NIMBY thing. So I think we want to make sure that we have some compatibility in the other parts of the city so that they will seamlessly fit in. So I think your ideas, what you said, is great. And we're going to try to implement the state's requirements, but it's got to be the Oregon City requirements. So, thank you.
One of the things I know this group talked a little bit about was the idea of how much do we have control over and how much are we waiting for information on. Can you talk a little bit more about that and how you're thinking about that in the context of this?
So I'll jump in. So what we're waiting on is some legislation to come out sometime this month that will talk about the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, and then the idea there is that they're going to allocate a certain number of units to each city, and then eventually we have to come up with a strategy of how we're going to accommodate those units. And once the legislation comes out, there's a couple of years worth of rulemaking. So that goes to the different executive, it's like a department, a branch, right? Thank you, agency, to figure out the rules. And that will take about 2 years. And then we have to do a housing production strategy, which we actually have to do. That's already kind of a rule that we have to do that. Our deadline is not until 2027. So by the time the rules come out, we'll have a different set of rules that will guide this housing production strategy. So we were kind of talking about, do we start some of that now, or do we start talking about strategies now, or do we wait until those rules are implemented and then do a housing production strategy? And so part of our debate was, if we start now, do we have more ability to push back and say, this is what we've already identified, these are the strategies that work for us, and the numbers, the capacity that we can accommodate, and start getting that in place versus waiting until the new set of rules about. So that was part of our conversation there. And then the other piece between like having these discussions about diverse housing now versus waiting is what is it that we really, as a city, want? What do we want to see? So one of the pieces in the community survey talked about, I think it specifically said like speeding up the development of housing to help people age and slowing down the number of townhomes and other units, multifamily units. And so that's a conversation that we can have now is what type of diverse housing do we want to see? Do we want to try to plan for smaller units that are one level that allow people to kind of downsize when they're ready to downsize and still stay in their community? And that same product can also serve, people who are entering the housing market, who are coming out of in college or coming out of college or kind of at that entry level in a similar product. So do we want to start thinking about that? Do we want to start thinking about ways that would help subsidize developers to build more affordable units? Do we want to start thinking about ways to help subsidize SBCs? So that was part of that conversation of like, what do we start with now versus what do we wait?
Is there appetite around the table of commissioners, particular for engaging in that work now versus later?
Can you repeat that?
The point that Phil was making is that there is legislation coming down, certain things will not be required until at least 27. However, there are things we can do now that can be preparing for that, even in the absence of perfect information. Is that worthy of engaging with at this time with the resources we have? That's not a question.
Only if we're able to have a community conversation, and I'm not, again, it gets back to that engagement component that we talked about. How do we let people know what is coming down and how we're thinking about implementing it, so they see it as an opportunity rather than, well, I don't want one of those next to me. I did get a request the other day, while I was still away, and I asked you the question because it was, have we waived SDC fees for, ADUs? And I got back to the person, I said, no. Maybe we could do something like that if it's going to be affordable, or I don't know. I mean, maybe it's for their mother-in-law. I have no idea what is being proposed to that. I think one of the things that I haven't brought up that's involving housing is that we have a situation where we have a limited supply, getting less available all the time because we've got illegal RVBOs, B&Bs, whatever the heck it is they're doing in our community, and they can make more money in one night than they can with a renter. So we have some housing stock that's being taken off the market where they become like party houses. Because people are renting them out, they're coming into town, they don't care about the neighborhood. But we've got people who live here who work here who can't afford to live here because there are no affordable units. I don't know where the dichotomy is on that. But it is a problem. And they're not paying they're not paying transient room tax either. So I'm not interested in having room tax at the cost of, for these illegal things, at the cost of messing up the neighborhoods. So there's a balance somewhere. I don't know where that is, and that's a conversation for later. But how do we talk to people? Because I think about all those, in your neighborhood, Adam, where there's huge lots where somebody could put a driveway and another unit in the back. Maybe it's supplemental income, maybe it's a split off lot, but that's a lot to be taken care of, and a lot of those people that live in those homes they are aging, you know, I mean, their grandma, my grandma living there, and there could be some additional housing opportunities if there was a way we could show them that it could be feasible from a livability standpoint and an economic standpoint. But I don't know how to get there.
Adam, there are specific initiatives that the team want to bring forward that you're mentioning?
Yeah, so we mentioned, I had already mentioned the public outreach about state versus local goals in this process, analyzing commercial and residential needs, and then exploring various funding strategies like SDC, subsidies, I guess you could say, the construction excise tax or something like that.
I think one of the questions or one of the discussions we had is this legislation is not just going to affect our residents, but if that goes in Malala and it goes in all these other cities, right? Those residents pass for our city, so it's going to create a larger burden for us on our infrastructure.
To a degree, it's only applied for communities of 10,000 and above. Is that correct? I thought that was the magic number. And I don't know.
Well, it can be, so I mean, I guess.
Can be maybe, but well, yeah, again, yeah, there's applications. We also forgot to talk about the change in traffic patterns that's going to happen when the county does open the courthouse. There'll be more of that people transporting themselves through the community neighborhoods to get to the hilltops, because they're not all going to go on 213. They're going to be coming right by my house.
The other big topic we discussed that I kind of got into with what we view as success is the balance of public infrastructure investments between current and future residents. We're not going to have a choice as to if we can make investments into residents that aren't already living here, unfortunately, even though the infrastructure we have already is incapable of supporting our community. However, I do have the proposed bill in front of me, and it does say that the Oregon Facilities Authority shall provide financing, including refinancing, to local governments or housing developers for pre-development costs, including infrastructure, site acquisition, planning, reports, surveys, and consultants. It's only available for developments that are subject to affordability restrictions. So I don't, the actual numbers are still to be determined by them, so I have no idea, but at the very least, there's an acknowledgement that we can't fund this all by ourselves, because if we want to reach the governor's ambitious housing production goals, which we all know are well-intentioned, we can't do it by ourselves with the money we have to invest in sewer and water and all that could actually support those housing units.
Comments, questions?
I guess I'll just say that I appreciate that part of the bill because it actually seems tailored to solving the affordability problem versus the remainder of the bill that is essentially just housing wherever you want, right? So, is that more tailored approach to middle housing or affordable housing, right? Is that our goal when we think about how we're moving forward? If we're not going to be doing a larger, productivity standpoint, if that's not what we should we be tailored towards that middle section? I don't feel like when I see what's developed that single family detached at a high price point is something we struggle with.
Is there a way we could say that I know this is going to sound crazy. Is there a way we could say that if you build affordable housing and it meets this definition, you get this, and this, and then if you build just the regular stuff, you get to pay twice as much? I don't know. Can we incentivize it? Or can we? I know. Could we say that we're only going to allow affordable housing to be built in Oregon City from now on? I mean, I think that these violate a million rules, but
Well, one of the things we were talking
Don't
about
say it again.
is just the cost of the SDC. So just a single family home is, what is it, like 43,000?
Yeah.
So, and the SDCs are clearly needed to pay for the infrastructure, but that piece alone just really drives up the cost. If we were to say, you know, all a certain type or all affordable, we have to deal with that SDC because that's what kind of pushes it out of reach in a certain sense. But maybe there's a way to, you know, put the, I don't know if we can do this, but put the construction excise tax on the market rate and help use that to help.
I think that's what we're walking might do. But you know, you know, we constantly get from the home builder side that, oh, these SDCs and you build all this housing and it helps you pay for all these things. We all know that the cost of new construction and single family dwellings does not pay for itself. Still got to have the police, you still got to have the fire, you still got to have the roads. We in essence have been subsidizing it from forever. And it doesn't pay the true cost of what it really considered to be the impact on the community. And it never has.
Other comments on this topic? Feels as though our engagement has dropped a bit coming off of our last conversation.
People are dying at $100.
It's been quiet. We need another 7 minutes. Any other comments, questions on this? I guess I think it's a hard conversation because we're a local government working within the housing market that is driven under free market. Right? And so in order to truly turn the curve on affordability, there's a larger government hand that has to come in there to arbitrarily reduce the market price.
Yeah.
And, is that something, is that done by targeting a certain price point and investing the limited funds that we have available to us there, right? Essentially acting like a housing authority. Urban renewal has that ability. It's one of the identified Oregon revised statute authorities that it has. This is the same discussion we've had about mental health, and we're not the social service provider, we're not the housing authority, but we're kind of getting pushed into that as this issue of affordability continues to grow in our regions because of the supply, limited production, high costs, the convergence of multiple factors here that are extremely complicated. So it's their appetite to try to tackle this a little bit, or does it sit back and let's see what comes out of the legislature in the field?
I hate waiting on the legislature for anything. Sort of a no-win situation.
Does this, I'll touch on that. Does this rise to the same level as all the other items we discussed today?
It depends.
Well, we can discuss this room is just one that is basically put on pause until we know what the legislature is going to do.
That's my question. I've heard a lot of action. I've heard a lot of definitions of success. I've heard a lot of initiatives coming out of the prior 6 that we've talked about. This, I'm hearing more. No, it depends.
I think we can be proactive to the extent that we can. I don't think that as a local government, we, in this case, in our situation only, we should wait on the legislature. We've been talking, since Rachel was here, we've been talking about a construction excise tax. So I don't see any reason why we would have to hold off. That really is kind of unrelated, but if it happens to be an opportunity that falls within this legislation, and who knows what the legislation is going to end up with. It might change, things might happen. I would rather have us be proactive. But again, it's going to depend on staffing levels and what we have available in terms of resources to get to that. But we do have other examples of jurisdictions that have done a construction excise tax, and so let's just take the best parts of it and use it. But again, I think if we were a smaller city like Gladstone, I probably would suggest, yes, we sit back and wait because we don't have the resources to do it. But I think we can do some things that will be beneficial to us if it happens to coincide with the law that may be coming. More power to it, but let's be proactive.
I agree. We can look at construction excise regardless of what happened with this legislation. And you're right that because of the other HB 2001 that required us to hear a affordable housing strategies thing from Echo Northwest, that was one of the things they presented. So this has been on the table for a while that I think we could prioritize regardless of what happens at the state.
Is this a construction excess tax on housing construction?
Yes.
Just housing?
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily.
Not necessarily, there's a commercial component.
No, we won't understand. No.
I'm not sure if that was. If looks could kill you with a dead, or I'm scared, or what the hell?
Did not hear that.
I would lean toward pause, and I say pause because when the state decides to do something, they don't care what you did, they'll ride roughshod over it. So, I mean, all your good efforts may have gone to naught. That's why I say
the excise tax without that.
But I still think, how much longer do you think we have? I mean, we're not done.
With the other problem,
The last, I mean, I think that part of this is just. It's just kind of ongoing.
they got somebody in the back room just thinking of stuff for jurisdictions to do.
Well, I mean, we're about to have a policy discussion with the planning commission. There's going to be a work product that comes out of that.
This is one of those where continue on and look for opportunities that do not create double work should the state make a difference.
Exactly.
Yeah. Goodbye. I'm sorry, Mike, go ahead.
I apologize for getting out of order, but I can't believe it. I missed this in some notes that I took before. But back down, I wasn't accurate. In the subject of the old courthouse.
Yes. Yes, they talked about it in our group.
Okay, is that a strategy that we're going to identify?
Is it, you mean a goal?
I mean, well, it's under the active goal, but is one of our strategies going to be, hey, what are we going to do?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I didn't hear it in your presentation.
I'm sorry, no, you didn't hear it because I cut him off and you gave me your desk there. And it was appropriate, but I had to do it because that's we will capture, just to reiterate, we will capture whatever was in ACTA. It will be reflected back to you in the planning that the staff does for the commission. So we will not lose it, just we lost it in context of conversation. Great. Okay. Great. With that time, I'm going to ask for a 10-minute. Pull yourselves together. Let's build the energy levels a little bit up. We've got 2 more topics to engage with before we end our time together. One more session like this. Before we enter. Okay. 10 minutes. Please. Thank you. Oh, overlap there to consider this a combined project. You've got partnerships, community identity, and then you've got environments. And you've got names up there. We'll put 40 on the clock and we'll come back together. We're on track right now for 4:35. Manager expectations tells me, because every time we get off, it's telling me when push comes to shove and it gets more obligated to lunch. I'm surviving and then starting it out. Where are we at? No, partnership, because I'm having to grow up now. Finally. Okay.
I'm trying to find it. That's stolen.
Well, don't write anybody in my citywide reordinance in there, Mark.
No, all right.
So you did talk about it.
So we're gonna cut them down, we're like rats, so we'll go back. We're gonna call a little bit of an audible here on partnerships and community identity. The group that was a part of that made the decision that enough had been accomplished within goal 7 to write some of those as complete, and then some that were not are going to be rolled in, particularly into the partnerships, possibly into the engagement goal. So we're consolidating 7 into parts of 3, and recognizing that a lot of the rest of 7 is really considered the business of the city to continue to work on. I'm representing that on their behalf, but to those who are in that group, have I misrepresented anything, or is that fair?
And you probably should say that part of that, I'm sure, and Rocky brought it up, part of it was a response to a situation that occurred a few years back where we were in dire straits with our partners and everybody hated us.
That's what happened.
And we were trying to show that we were going to work towards repairing it.
That was a goal for a time. That time has moved on and changed. And so we made this decision. So I asked, with their permission, if we could see it in, if we could see it in this 15 minutes or so to the conversation on economic development, because they did have to shut us down for time on that. We regained some time, but I'd love to just have Greg read out the economic development pieces of the goal there. So I'll turn it over to him just for the conversation.
Okay. So economic development, the success, defining the theme, the ones that the group came up with, were market and support our assets to attract and support small and mid-sized businesses, ability to provide businesses with skilled workers, helping retain the economic vitality of downtown, particularly post the courthouse move, cultivating business-friendly community/environments, and help provide minimum wage jobs. That has initiatives, specific initiatives along with those after.
And we added childcare.
I put that down in initiative.
Okay.
Is that
Feedback or comments on any of those as you heard them? You just took those off real quick.
market support our assets to attract and support small and mid-sized businesses, or attracting small and mid-sized businesses. I guess it's marketing. I think the discussion was to let do a better job of attracting businesses. So the time has changed. The marketing impact, yeah.
Marketing. Okay.
Providing businesses with skilled workers, development, economic vitality downtown, particularly after the courthouse, no longer there. Cultivating a business-friendly community environment. I think some of the initiatives fell under that one. And helping provide living wage jobs.
Okay, so SMB's workforce dev, downtown support after the courthouse, business friendly initiatives, policies, and living wage support. Okay, thank you. Comments, feedback? Mike, I know I have a question about the courthouse. Does that capture sort of what you would?
So is the childcare encapsulated in the workforce developments? Or
Yes.
But it needs to say so. I agree with you. It needs to do that. It needs to be called out.
So it needs to be called out specifically in this component, or
That's part of what Adam just said, the workforce.
so embedded within this. So I realize originally we started to try to create the city's first economic development strategic plan. We worked through that. Workforce development, childcare is embedded in that document. It's been put on hold until we go through the budget process and receive additional direction on what to do that. So, it's in a document right now. do we want it? Does it need to be identified again as a priority? Or
I find if it falls under the umbrella of just workforce development, I just wanted to make sure that was still the conversation we were having.
disappear?
I agree. I don't want it to disappear.
Right, to that point, do you want to tick off a couple of these other initiatives that are included?
Sure. And I'll rely on you to try and define these things. Proof of concept of developing city-owned Main Street plots. North End development. Developing public-private partnerships. Exploring alternative financing options to create shovel-ready industrial sites and childcare.
Can you run through those one more time?
Sure. Proof of concept of developing city-owned Main Street plots, and I think the idea behind that, I can speak to that.
So obviously, and there's some overlap here, right? The city owns some vacant properties downtown. Urban renewal owns some vacant properties downtown, right? There's probably some overlap in how we work together, right? If urban renewal is successful, could we use urban renewal to help a city-owned property? So, there was a discussion about, trying, should we be for employment or higher wage jobs, should the city be trying to acquire land so that we have more control over the ability to place what we want on there? And then part of the discussion was, well, why don't we own properties right now? Why don't we focus on getting those back on the tax roll? Is something that we want to see. So I think that's where we're talking about kind of city-owned properties like at the bottom of Snicker, right across from Dutch. We've talked quite a bit about this in urban renewal and identified specific properties like Stetson or the Cove, 12th and Main. So I think that's what that was trying to capture.
North End development, which I think was
Frank brought that up.
Developing public-private partnerships as part of these development opportunities, exploring alternative financing options to create shovel-ready industrial sites, and childcare.
Comments, questions on any of those?
So that developing shovel-ready industrial sites, is that about infrastructure? Yeah.
Yeah.
Local improvement districts, reimbursement districts, are there other taxing options that we may have available to us?
Or what Frank proposed.
Which was, I know you're smirking. He's trying to throw you under the bus.
He brought up the conversation of another urban renewal district.
Just for industrial land?
I was exploring all options.
I worked in an all industrial district for 17 years, so
Another option.
I'm your person.
Right, there's people, despite their feelings about the current district, who simply say, close the current and open a new one. So it's not an unheard of conversation.
I'll be happy to add one, not get rid of anyone.
I think one of the other concepts was about the closest thing that we have to shovel ready is the investment we made on Fire Road Extension. Right? So we've got the bus, the school district transportation buildings out there that we have to do. Bank going in out there. There are a couple vacant pieces out there, like so from an dev standpoint. We built the road. Those are ready to go. Essentially, other than getting to the zoning part and building the site. So really just identifying where we know we have investments that are ready and try to get some traction with some type of employer or manufacturing some of those properties for which the initial investment in the private side is much less than a vacant piece out on neighborhood that has no utilities.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments?
Well, I think it's interesting that both for economic development and housing infrastructure keeps coming up as like the key That's what we have control over, if we have funds for it.
So your statement is really any initiatives that we would be able to think about funding to go through the infrastructure route in support of those goals.
Right.
Yeah. It's good expectation setting.
What's housing more busy?
Yeah. They both need infrastructure, like we don't build housing, and we also don't build commercial sites, right? But we can find a way to get the infrastructure, and then we help set the table, and somebody else can build it. It's the same need.
Market rate housing.
It doesn't matter.
So you gotta get the water, sewer, and the storm there somehow. Someone's gonna need water.
But you can't require certain things.
We can require every one of those. That's one of the biggest pushbacks we get is that the SDCs and the infrastructure costs are too expensive. They're driving up the cost of their people affordable housing, market rate housing, you know, industrial employment, you know, those are all those lower return, especially in the last two, the housing, and you know, the housing can do it, but if you want affordable housing, it's a case of the sort is expensive.
Thank you for returning back to that. Our final section is on environment. I believe Mike and Frank were on point with this. I'll turn it over to.
Well,
Close to the paper, we were.
So we kind of pivoted also, and they neither Mike nor Frank get asked a lot, and I'm curious from the other commissioners about an action plan. The questions, the comments that they get from the public are not about a climate action plan. They're about trees, the tree canopy, and
which is part of the plan.
we at the planning counter, there's a lot about trees, a lot of questions about trees. So we suggested, instead of doing a climate action plan, that we look at creating a strategy specific to management of tree canopy. And so that the success would be that there's a tree canopy management strategy.
And how is that different from incorporating that into a climate action plan?
Climate action plan would be a much larger endeavor, would it not?
Right. I would hope so.
Yeah, well, we talked, what we thought was tackable and definable and the resources we need. And if we wanted a climate action plan, Mike made a great observation, and there's others who have already instituted them. Why don't we get a copy of theirs and take a look at it and see if it's something we want to adopt?
What we were talking about doing, Milwaukee has one. What about, so what I wrote on this one, even though I wasn't in the group, is that we need to update our water resources overlay information to make sure we're covering all of that.
Well, but why do we need to do that? What's changed?
We've obviously listed some things. We've got stuff out in the Turtle Creek area that we don't really know as much about. And I know we're relying on private development to do that. We have our whole part of our town is driven with springs and creeks that are coming out somewhere and create environments. I just got another email about in the waterways.
I guess I just want to push back because I can think about a handful maybe that have been brought up. I think that original wetlands delineation that happened is pretty comprehensive.
Yeah. Well,
I get Kenema waterways.
yeah. Some natural resources folks who are on the committee said that that's something they might be looking into. But the tree canopy thing was on their radar, and I wrote that down. And then environmental health would be, it's actually more of a goal, an action item, but how do we ratchet it back up to look at, we talked yesterday briefly about charging stations and looking at how we can help facilitate having those around the community to make it more accessible than they currently are. So, but that would be a partnership with our utility. And you said, I saw something about grants, so that was the thing we were talking about. Part of what I feel that we are hamstringed by, and using your term, our geographic geography helps us in many ways, and in other ways it hinders us because we are our community is car focused out of necessity. I mean, I drive more now that I'm retired than I ever did when I was working, because we don't have good access to transit. So again, it's one of those partnerships. We haven't been reached out to by TriMet about their plans for the transit center. Maybe they've talked to you guys in planning yet, but I mean, I read this big splash in the Portland paper, but nothing, kind of on our level. And I thought, well, what does that mean, and how's that going to help us, and how does it fit into environmental health for our community? I know they're not making any more bus routes, and they're not adding service. So, how do we help reduce our dependence on automobiles when we don't have any way to do that through transit? It's just, to me, it's almost the impossible dream thing. I have finally taken a ride on the Clackamas County shuttle. I did I did the extra route, but I did the minimal route, and I mainly had one or two people on every time I was on, but I think that it's there. It needs to be promoted more. People know they can get from point A to point B pretty regularly, which is amazing. So all of those things to me come under kind of that topic. I just don't know how to get there. But
yeah, I think if the Natural Resources Committee wants to take a more in-depth look at something that may look more like a climate action plan, I would be totally on board with that. Whether that's looking at our procurement or our city facilities and how those are impacting the climate, I think that would be great. But in terms of the city commission, I think that there are more measured steps we can take that were outlined. Like, there's been plenty of conversations, and I heard Aquila talking about this. I overheard it when you guys were over there. That was the urban forester position, something we've been talking about for a long time. And so when we're really looking at ways that we can impact our community positively, the amount of carbon that we're going to reduce, that's not going to change it, but the way that we protect our canopies, the way that we enhance and preserve and protect our parks, that's going to affect it. So that's where I think our priority as a commission should lie. Not to say that we should not care about the bigger picture, but I think that there's a reason we have certain committees like the NRC.
Well, our neighborhood was very fortunate that we had Mark Liamba come to the neighborhood meeting a couple years back, and he did a complete overview for us about how Milwaukee got to their climate action plan. So to your comment, yes, we can look at somebody else's and make a decision about that if that's something we want to do, because it affects a lot of them. And I've thought about things like, how do we reduce pavement width, or use pervious pavers, or not have so much asphalt going everywhere? I don't know. I mean, it's just stuff I've thought about, because I said it last summer, we had that heat, just see all that heat rising up off the asphalt where there was no tree cover. If we'd had trees there, probably would have helped a lot. Plus, it involves our water district. We want to do water conservation. I mean, you guys think that the water's just going to be there forever. I'm thinking about us being a lot more proactive in getting people to conserve water.
I don't know how much of I guess I'd really love the commission to have a discussion about this, because this isn't a small endeavor.
Oh no, it's huge. That's why
Right, we're not just going to take Milwaukee's and change paragraphs and call it good, right?
It's a template. It's not ours.
Well, no, I'm just saying it's a big lift.
Yeah.
I think considering other state requirements like the climate-friendly, equitable community stuff that we don't even know the outcome will be because we're involved in the litigation. I think that we kind of step back and wait for whatever happens with state requirements or that things that we cannot control. That they may very well do exactly what a climate action plan and an expensive consultant might ask us to do. So I don't think that this is something that needs to be a priority for us when we're already dealing with other state regulations that are still nebulous at this point.
We did talk about that a little bit. I mean, we had a lot of various ideas, but they were just kind of like throwing out ideas, and so we kept coming back to this question of, is this a goal that is a priority for the commission? That's the question.
A single city cannot solve climate change, and we all know that coming into this. So I'm not saying that it wasn't well intentioned, but there are a lot of very big conversations happening right now at the state. By the end of this year, we may not even be allowed to allow new natural gas fields. So there's a lot that still needs to be determined on this that is out of our control, that we can definitely be a part of the conversation. But when it comes to tailoring this to our community, the impact on total carbon emissions is very negligible, while the cost is high and the staff time is high.
So I know that the community was very supportive, not of the approach, but the fact that we actually put it in as a goal to try to look at how to preserve our environment and natural resources. I mean, there's many things we can do.
Absolutely.
And still keep it in there, because if you look at all the other goals, they relate to it, but we didn't, I think it's still important to our community whether we do a climate action plan now or we do one later.
I'll agree with Commissioner Morrow in terms of this assessment, allocation of resources, and future framework in which we may be operating. I'll leave it at that.
So what else did you have on your goal?
So what we said with creating a strategy specific to management of a tree canopy, a couple of initiatives. One is financial analysis of the urban forester versus contracting out those services. And the second piece was to help manage the tree canopy by putting attention and education on why we remove trees, when they're removed, and how they're replaced. And that was aimed at the audiences, the general public, basically. So it's good. I appreciate it.
I think it's ironic we had an apartment complex on the wall called Twin Pines and we cut down for the trees, which is like, what the hell?
Big developments, don't
Yeah, I remember this.
So are we ending up with a statement of a goal that has limited intent behind it?
It's broader than just the limited intent. I think if we can manage, lots of people will be very happy to hear that we're going to focus on tree canopy services. They support that and we're going to try to climate action with it.
And what was that cost? Looking at the difference between a consultant to do the plan and manage the plan?
An FTE versus contract. Contracting out the service when it's on an as-needed basis versus an FTE cost of benefits. And review the historical events as to would that have been a better approach?
And Tony, I hear what you're saying is without the urban forester, who manages the tree canopy? Who's the manager of that? I don't know that we.
That's community development.
So that sounds like simplest thing for having that, doesn't it sound like that to me? Johnson.
You're talking about an assistant city manager and a urban forester, right? And I guess we've been kind of gearing up for that conversation as part part of it today as well as the budget committee. I think it was, so let me just understand, there'd be a contract to put together the urban forestry plan, and then, usually.
Right?
Correct, we do that.
And we, I don't even think we, like, when we had the ice storms and had to do removal, that was on a contract basis with outside vendors. We don't have that. Apparently we're not good at that. But so the statement was simply, is there an ongoing day-to-day demand? Is there a return? Does the hire of a full-time arborist, does that bring value as opposed to, do we call in on an item by item basis? We contract for a resolution on a specific occurrence. That's it. And when we look back over what has happened over the past 12, 24 months, with the presence of an arborist, would that have been a better solution than what we did?
If you have a flexible services contract with the arborist that we're using now.
Well,
So, because
whatever we do to take down trees is the expectation that.
I'm talking about the person that does the evaluation, not the taking them down.
Okay, yeah, no, so this is what I was clarifying is, we would have a contract with somebody to review every tree permit that's submitted.
Well, no, I think the question was like, when the trees came down at the library, what all went into that with the outside contractor, and what does that financial piece look like? How would that be different if we had an urban forester? Right? Is that kind of the question? Like,
Yeah, I want to differentiate between the actual physical act of removing a tree or the mechanics of removing it versus what does the urban forester bring to the table? And is it a cost-effective solution based on what we've experienced in the past 24 months?
See, I think when we recently brought the issue about municipal law, and I've heard this forester conversation a few times. To me, I love that we bring somebody who's not an employee, they're completely from the outside, they're not going to be the people who take down the tree, and you have an objective third party, because trees are a very emotional topic in this town. And so to have, I'm sure there's benefits to having in-house, but a huge benefit to somebody who's a contractor is they're a third party who have no dog in it, and they can come and just give their opinion.
But see, that's part of the problem. That's what I'm saying. Having a flexible services contract with somebody who, whether we have 3 applications or 0, we did this at PEC all the time. We hired somebody and then they were on call when we needed it. So we weren't paying every single time. It was a flat contract. This, much for this work. And because you brought in somebody, we brought in somebody different for the whatever. What I hear you saying is that more feasible than having somebody in-house?
Yep.
So that's the question.
We also talked about that urban forester being able to be proactive to help keep the canopies healthy, healthy versus right now we're just reactive, and when we notice it's too late.
So again, you're not going to throw John Lewis under the bus. So see, John Lewis helps pay for that. Your department helps pay for it. Goes in, and then we could have a half-time or part-time. We do have somebody on staff with a certification, but that's not all that they do. That's not what that person's job is. But I like the way that you approached it by taking a look at it, and then we develop it. If whichever one's most cost-effective, then we develop a strategy on how to get there. That makes sense to me.
The Jim statement was actually made in a discussion about the objectivity of an outside vendor versus a city employee.
How are they going to be objective as a city employee?
Well, because sometimes there's a premise that they're acting in a direction dictated by the city that the city wants a certain outcome, as opposed to you hire a guy, you don't know what the outcome's going to be when he walks in.
We need an objective evaluation, and we need our citizens to believe that it's an objective evaluation.
Yeah, that's the second more important part of the equation.
Right.
The city of Portland has a forester, and any time that we needed to utilize, I always felt that the opinion was objective. They were not swayed by one way or the other. They were looking at it from a strictly an analysis standpoint. And they said, sometimes they said, yes, this can be removed, and other times they said no. And that was it.
And we're not in the business of using Portland as a model.
Well, no, I'm just saying. That is the only organization I know of that has, I've had personal experience. So I'm not going to put them under the bus for everything.
Going out and getting another opinion, if there's a contentious topic about the removal of the trees, so.
But if we had somebody on call that did that on a regular basis, it would be more cost effective than this one-offs every time you guys are doing something, getting somebody.
Well, it's a similar model to what we did in urban renewal, where we've got an agreement now with a company that when the project comes along, here's who we're going to use and here's
Right, that's
the
exactly
criteria.
the same concept.
Right.
It's called a flexible service contract, so to speak.
I don't have a name. Those people are waiting around to be on. What I'm telling you is, it is very difficult to get those people to do jobs and to come in and do the work. They are extremely busy.
But if they sign one of those,
So
they're on our beck and call.
on back.
Well, they're not on call. That's what they agreed to do.
I guess I just want to make sure, like, we're letting you know, like, it is difficult to get our first work right now. It's a fact.
Yeah, Denise's comment is correct. If someone's under contract, they've got contractual obligations. That's, they don't have to be an FTE, they can be under contract. You're on call, it's in the contract. We agree that you show up within 72 hours of call, 48 or whatever.
I guess when the office don't sign that contract.
There's that much work out there, they sign something that limited.
You're assuming it doesn't. Having no.
That's the meeting.
So we're down the I like what you propose, I would like to see things.
So what I'm hearing is that there's an element to keeping the environmental theme on the table. It goes through an analysis of, in this case, arboreal resources, and we can move on from that.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Any other comments on this?
Just demonstrated your eligible arborists because you just. So. That goes to starting with that one.
All right. Yeah, any other comments on board?
Nope.
I'm tempted to say give yourselves a round of applause, because you just got through all. I'm going to attempt to bring us to a close with maybe a couple of thoughts and a couple of reflections on the time that you've had, and then talk about what comes from here, at least as far as I understand from your city manager, and I'll leave it to him to correct me on lots of this. So just as a reminder, yesterday, in so much as it relates to the planning process, we spent a lot of time, Tony and his team spent a lot of time bringing you up to speed on where everything is as far as it relates to the goals for the last biennium. You have that in your inbox, that's a part of his report, you have that for reference and posterity. Today, we entirely spent the day focused on the 8 themes that we had narrowed the conversation down to last night. Those were based on the goals that you had, and that you had pushed forward over the last 2 years. You cut that down, my understanding is now to 7, and Angelique will certainly attest to the fact that she's got, last I checked, it was 14 pages, but it's probably more than that. It's about 17 pages of notes at this point. Tracy's got probably an equal amount of notes reflecting everything that you told us about what success looks like for those goals and how you want to get there by asking your city manager and the team to bring you back a plan to accomplish what you define as success. So that brings us to that line that we talked about we would get to at the end of our time this weekend. That doesn't mean the work is done. As I said, we're taking all of this, we're handing this off to Tony and the team to scope further, to bring back to, I believe it's a planning session, so it's planning session in about a month, work session in about a month's time, to reflect back to you, okay, this is what you gave us in a day and a half, this is what we've scoped out, this is a reasonable time frame, and then I believe it goes into a budgeting exercise for the end of April. So you've taken the first step to really give them direction to now move, and I speak to the commission in this regard, to move them forward, to bring back to you for your review and ongoing approval. So that's the work to be done from here. Let me pause there. Did I miss anything in terms of what comes next? Okay. Closing comments, questions, Mayor, please.
Two things that got brought up during the process that didn't get into this. Number one, I'm not sure how we do this, but there needs to be some acknowledgement that this commission, as it currently exists, is the most diverse commission that we have ever had in the history of this city. And somehow or another, we need to communicate that to our community. Number two, the other thing that came up that didn't get put in anything is that in order to try to deal with our history, and I think somebody has said it very eloquently, I think Tony, you did, about what happened before the pioneers got here, I would like to suggest that we look at a land acknowledgement statement that we have at our meetings. And that would go under the first goal. As we all know, our history of this community is, there's some really great things, and there's some wonderful things, and then there's some really bad things and things that part of what Grand Braun is trying to do with their site is to provide some healing, and I think it would go a long way for us to acknowledge that by doing that. And I actually had suggested to Tony that we look at the one that the college has, because it kind of covers a multitude. We're not listing individual tribes, but it talks about that, and I would like us to take a look at that.
What little I know of that statement is that a statement is made at the beginning of every meeting.
Mm-hmm. And I would hope that you would concur, we could take a look at that. Is that okay with you?
Oh, sure. Yeah. So that's something we'll add to page number one.
Yeah.
On the,
thank you.
And I think we could also make sure we're incorporating the communication, if I may, of the nature of the commission, of the student commission as well. Okay. Thank you. Any other comments or questions before we start to wrap up? Yes, sir.
One of the topics that came up is the structure of work sessions. And maybe we can have a conversation on that, but at minimum, I would recommend that the next work session about this topic be in a format like this.
I support that. What's the way to use it?
You say a format like this, kind of get off the dais.
Yeah.
But something so that all the executive team and the commissioners are together.
Yeah.
Even if they're not, you don't necessarily have something.
I think so, at least for the finish of this process, and that may lead us to make a decision about how we approach future work sessions.
Yeah, I don't have a work session about this sitting up on the dais.
Yeah, I think we need to make an effort to do that.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to include everybody, because we got a lot of good perspective from people whose real area of responsibility was totally different than what they had good comment on. So encourage that.
Something occurred to me, somebody brought something up yesterday, and I was thinking about this today. There's been a lot of conversation about our new commission chambers and dais, and versus how it used to be. And I think there's something to how, as simple as how our room is, it used to be a lot more different. It used to be a lot more personal, and it's a lot different than that now. And I just been on my mind and how sort of obvious that seems.
What happened to the cutting down of the thing? Is that still on the table?
Well, we've gone through the vendors who made it.
And they said no.
They told us they weren't interested. We grabbed another vendor. There's not just anyone can do that. They weren't interested, and second or third just stopped responding to our calls. So I could maybe make another effort to see if maybe they're not as busy now or something. But
Well, maybe there's another way. Maybe the chairs are, maybe they're on a platform so we can.
And you got a chainsaw?
I know, when I watch the meetings, it's like you can see our heads, and that's.
I can change blades on it, so I'll take it down. I agree with what you're saying, Jim. I mean,
Very delicate.
it was a feeling of warmth and community, original, more
intertwined, we're closer.
I mean, if you want to see the ultimate in a non-welcoming, go to the county. I mean, it's like going before the gods of Olympus, you know? The besieged state, you know?
Yeah.
It's a terrible feeling.
It's not very, citizen friendly.
Yeah,
When you're down here amongst the Wizard of Oz.
Might be a little much.
We did. Different format for that.
Very good. I think that's commendable. I think that's a statement. I mean, again, I will own my biases that I would generally presume this level of cooperation amongst teams in this kind of a planning session, and I think you've lived up to that. But I think your admission that you want to continue that speaks volumes that it's been beneficial to you to have this intertwined nature for the last day and a half. So, well done. Commend to you. Any other comments or questions? Closing out. And one more thing before we wrap up.
Well, first off, just thank you as the consultant, because I was betting how many times the consultants would say the word synergy while we should never have. There it is. But what I really wanted to say was when I first came on this position, it was when we were still dealing with the all virtual stuff. And then when we had our first in-person meeting, I was gone. And then that was like a 1 week back in person thing, and then it went back to shutdowns. And so I've just really appreciated this opportunity to have a conversation sitting in this format where it's more personable and informal to have these conversations about the areas where we really do agree. The big disagreements that we have on the dais, they can get heated, and that's why we're here, is to have those conversations. But like it is with our accomplishments, we don't highlight the areas where we agree nearly as much as we should be. And so I count myself lucky that I can call each of my fellow commissioners a friend. And I know that for other communities, that is not the case, and that is rare. And so I just want to acknowledge that, and that I'm looking forward to working on pushing these goals forward with the rest of you and with this team and the staff for the next couple of years.
Are you saying you kind of jinxed that? Going back to in person, because you were gone, and then we went back to virtual. Is that what you're implying?
Yeah, we'll get a chance. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I know this is, a big ask. It's a lot of time commitment, a lot of achievements, and what goes into it. I want to thank all the staff.
Thank you, staff.
We've been doing a lot over the last couple of weeks, put this together, it's commendable. I hope that the commissioners found the conversations with them helpful and insightful. I really did enjoy this process and being able to spend this much time together. It's always great to be able to kind of just have conversations about what we deal with, what you're dealing with, what your expectations are. And then thanks, commissioners and mayor. It's like I said, I know there's a lot that comes through. There's a lot of information, a lot of work, a lot of requests, a lot of asks. It's another big one. So thank you, and hopefully you found it informative. It's definitely helpful for us as we finish putting together the budget, and more to come on what these look like and what we can implement over the next 2 years.
I did want you to know I did get a text during our meeting that wanted to know when I was going to be fixing the potholes on 14th Street, and I said I'll get right on it.
One final thing you owe to yourselves is to ask yourselves if you accomplished what you wanted, because this is kind of the whole point of what you're doing right now. You've gotten closer to actual tactics. There's work to be done there. So I commend you on that. I was pleased to see you reset and spend some time together at lunch and at breakfast. Overall, you got a go forward process. We just talked a little bit about that. Continue to keep the big picture in mind. I think we're getting there. In fact, I was pleased by the fact that the conversation felt elevated from my expectations. I felt like you were not so in the weeds every time. Some exceptions. Take a step back, did celebrate the good, and make sure that you maintain the sense of direction. So I challenge you to continue asking yourself those types of questions at the beginning, whether we're with you or not. Set expectations for yourself. Set yourselves up for success. You won't always accomplish everything you want to set out to accomplish, but hold yourselves accountable to that. That's the point of this whole process. I will not speak as eloquently as Tony or as the mayor or as Adam or the commission. Thank you for the opportunity to support you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. We look forward to seeing where you go for the next 2 years. I heard to speak first when I say as your neighbor, I look forward to where you go for the next 2 years here. So thanks for the opportunity to be with you. Mayor, do you like to close us up?
So Frank and I are starting a talk show. It's called The Last Word. It depends. If there's no further business and anybody that wants to give a thank you or anything else, then if nothing else, we are adjourned.
All right.
Thank you.